before, it provides for the right to development in all its facets. And young people indeed must actually take a lead in terms of participating in ensuring the right to development on the African continent. So we're looking forward to very rich deliberations. I'm happy that the topics that have been chosen are quite pertinent. Firstly, utilization of the African human rights system and the United Nations human rights system in enforcing or campaigning for human rights on the continent. We have discovered as the Center for Human Rights in our work that a lot of people on the continent are not familiar with the normative framework of the African human rights system and also the United Nations system, as well as the mechanisms that are available to assist with enforcement of that normative framework. So I think this is a good opening to have that presentation. And I see one of the alumni of the Center for Human Rights, Charles, will be taking you through that. And the issue of youth participation in governance and decision making is also quite critical. I think in recent years, we have witnessed young people on the continent participating in political issues where they realize that their needs and their issues are not being addressed by the governing authorities. We have seen a lot of protests here in South Africa led by youth. In Senegal, that led to political change. The same applies with Burkina Faso, as well as Malawi to a certain extent, and Nigeria. So across the continent, we have, and most recently, I think Kenya as well. Some serious protests that led to really serious political changes. Unfortunately, of course, with some of these protests that happen on the streets, there's always going to be some violations because of some of these governments then want to suppress these protests, and sometimes it then leads to death, loss of lives, loss of limb, and injuries, as well as destruction to property. So those are some of the regrets, but I think in many cases, the youth trying to also open up civic space and participate in the democratic governance of their countries. And when they have been restricted in so doing, they then find the streets as a platform to express sometimes their anger, but also to talk about the things that they are frustrated about. And in most of the cases, it has been about the frustration around corruption, systemic corruption in government, and also the issues of unemployment and high levels of inequality. And I think that young people are well within their rights to peacefully protest and complain about some of those things. What we would also want to see is seeing youth increasingly participating in formal governance structures, such as in parliament, and also, exercising their right to vote to effect political changes. So youth participation in that respect becomes extremely, extremely important. One of the areas that are also becoming quite critical, particularly for youth, is their freedom of expression online. Now, human rights offline are being protected in a number of respects, but online freedoms are also quite critical in terms of their protection. And, as we all know, there are more young people, I think, who are found online in using different platforms online, for either whether it is social media or other platforms where they are able to exercise their freedom of expression as well as association. So I think this is an important aspect as well to look at the various protections available and what are the dangers and challenges of exercising your freedom of expression online. And I see we have some of our partners like Paradigm Initiative providing the necessary capacity today. The aspect of gender equality is also quite critical. We have seen young people once again also fighting for gender equality in all its aspects. We should not relax and think that the gender equality has been realized or achieved. One of the most disturbing developments most recently in the United States was a decision by the Supreme Court to start ignoring aspects of race in terms of access to Ivy League schools when they decided that it's no longer critical to apply affirmative action principles in order to improve access to Ivy League schools for Black people. I mean, the same can be said for women and girls as well in terms of access to tertiary institutions. I hope that this discussion is going also to excite young people in terms of discussing in-depth issues of gender equality. Another important area recently, I think, is the issue of climate justice. Increasingly, we've seen young people really being concerned about the environmental damage and degradation as a result of climate change. And so many young people have taken leadership in fighting for climate justice. Unfortunately, on the African continent, it has not been as active as you would want to see, particularly utilization of the courts in terms of enforcing climate justice. Now, when you look at what has happened, for instance, in South Korea recently, in the US and in Switzerland, as well as Sweden, we've seen young people really taking an active part in fighting for climate justice and actually taking cases to the courts, wherein they've actually won those cases. So this discussion on climate justice, youth participation, I hope that it is going to build also the capacities of young people to fight for climate justice, particularly utilization of the court systems that are available at the domestic level, at the regional level, as well as at the international level, so that we can have greater mitigation of the impacts of climate change on vulnerable communities in Africa, including youth themselves. So I really like the program. It's looking great, and I wish you really successful deliberations. Just a bit about the Center for Human Rights. We are a department within the Faculty of Law at the University of Pretoria. And although we are an academic institution, we are also an NGO where we do a number of actions and conduct quite a number of advocacy initiatives. And we have about 10 units that look at the protections of rights of vulnerable communities, and that includes youth and children, women, persons with disabilities, sexual minorities, migrants, indigenous people. And then we also have units that deal with a number of issues like freedom of expression, access to information and digital rights. And this is the unit that OMPA, where OMPA is located. And also we have a litigation and implementation unit and so many other units. So really, as you can see, the Center for Human Rights is quite a large institution. We have also opportunities for young people. I mean, this is one of them. We have so many other human rights courses that we can look at our website and enroll, particularly the short courses that run for 1 week. Every year we run about 12 such short courses. So I encourage you to really look at our website and be involved. As a Center for Human Rights, our major focus is to ensure that we build the capacities of young people to create agency, so that they are able to fight, for their own rights, and not wait for some other people to do so on their behalf. So I really encourage you to look at our website. We also have master's programs, about 5 of them, in different aspects of human rights. I would also urge you to look at that and perhaps be more formally engaged and involved in some of the work that we are doing. But in other words, I want to thank particularly OMPA, for organizing this event together with our partners. Um, um, and OMPA, thank you so much. You've done a lot, in terms of promoting the rights of young people, not just here in South Africa, but across the continent. You've been involved in organizing a number of events. So congratulations, you and your team. And I see Emihle, who is also just recently joined this unit. Thank you so much, Emihle, for your confidence and your voice, for in fighting for young people's rights as well. And I just wish you all successful deliberations. I also want to thank Hlengiwe for your leadership of this unit, together with Mary Stella, who's graduating today with a PhD. So yeah, I wish you successful deliberations, and I'll be in for a short while, but I then also will jump off in order to attend a graduation. Some of our students are graduating with their PhDs and master's degrees today. So all the best to all of you, and thank you so much for making the time to attend this event. Please don't disengage. I hope that you are going to be participating for the full days that have been allocated for this conference. Thank you so much, and over to you.
Thank you so much, Lloyd, for the kind words as well as the best wishes. I see that we have Jonathan from the Campaign for Human Rights and Development. Jonathan, if you can briefly just introduce yourself as well as your organization to the participants. So, Jonathan, are you still in the meeting? All right. So we'll be moving on to our next session. As briefly as we've been welcomed, as we've been welcomed, we were taught or told about the various themes that we'll be touching on. So we have youth participation in governance and decision making, where we'll be looking at the roles of protest in activating as well as amplifying youth voices within governance structures. Similarly, we'll also have freedom of expression and online safety for African youth, as well as gender and realization of human rights in Africa, not only from a binary perspective, but we'll have it from an intersectional perspective where we focus on the different vulnerabilities that comes with the construction of gender. Then lastly, we'll have climate justice and youth participation, where we will look at it from different angles, where we have litigation as well as the different vulnerabilities that are exposed and expanded through climate degradation. But before we go there, we need to be quite aware of the human rights systems that are there. So the first session that we'll have now will provide an overview of the normative framework of the African human rights systems, as well as the United Nations human rights system. So in this session, we'll just be highlighting the key principles, as well as the regulations and mechanisms that form basis of the two human rights system, being the African human rights system and the United Nations human rights system. And we'll focus on how these mechanisms will address the specific youth issues that we have in Africa. And the person who will be leading us is Charles Kawajewa. This is the director, or rather, by way of introduction, he's the director of the Youth and Society, which is an organization that is based in Malawi. But he wears many hats. He's also a human rights activist, as well as the founder of the Youth and Society, which is an organization that deals with human rights and is a governance watchdog in Malawi. The core mission of YAS is to promote and defend human rights and democratic governance and economic freedom. Charles is also the founder of the National Anti-Forum Alliance and the Civil Society Coalition on Migration. He also holds a master's degree in human rights and democratization in Africa from the University of Pretoria. And he's also a prestigious Young African Leader Initiative and the Internet Anti-Corruption Academy, which is based in Australia. Charles also sits on the Special Task Force of the State Party Reporting for Malawi, which is responsible for preparations of the Malawi State Party. And yeah, that is just a brief introduction of him. So he'll also do justice to his introductions and the many hats that he wears. Charles, over to you.
Thank you so much for the introduction. Confirm if you can hear me, kindly confirm.
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. Yeah, thanks a lot. I hope I have the sharing rights of my my presentation.
Currently, the screen is blank.
All right. Let me share. I guess you're able to see my screen now.
Yes, we are.
Good. So thank you so much, Omba, for the introduction, and all colleagues who have joined this morning. Thank you so much, Save the Center, and your partners for allowing me to share really an overview of the African human rights system, as well as the UN normative framework regarding human rights. As you might agree with me that, 45 minutes, 1 hour is not enough for us to really, comprehensively engage on the tool normative frameworks. So what I've done is simply to give to also have an opportunity to go through in detail these very important instruments. So as well with background, my name is Charles Kajoloweka. I basically work for an organization called Youth and Society. So we are a governance and human rights watchdog, and our core mandate is basically to promote and defend human rights and democratic governance in the principal interest of young people and marginalized groups. And we have been around for the last decade, promoting, the principles of good governance in Malawi, as well as protection of human rights. So that's how I would really introduce myself as a work start. And in terms of the outline, and then looking at the principles and state obligations, and then also to look at the UN normative framework, as well as the African human rights system. Quickly, in terms of the understanding of the human rights system. So I thought maybe we could just summarize that understanding in 3 quick bullets. Number 1 is that when you're looking at the human rights systems, we are looking at treaties or agreements that particular countries or member states have adopted or have really signed through the treaty bodies. So we have different treaty bodies at the regional as well as international level. So when you're looking at the system, we must look at those instruments as part of the government arrangement. Must also look at the institutional setup. So what kind of institutions do we have in place? The human rights infrastructure in other ways. So you're looking at bodies that have been created, the rules that have been established, to govern the treaties, ensuring that there is enforcement of those agreements. Who is responsible? What mandates do they have? And then we should also look at the monitoring mechanism or mechanisms to ensure accountability. So I thought these 3 would really, provide a guidance in terms of what kind of human rights systems we'll be looking at when we're looking at the normative standards. Let me also be quick to mention that while we are looking at the human rights system at the UN region, they also feed into the UN human rights systems. So when you're looking at UN level, you are looking at the UN Charter, for example. You're looking at charter-based mechanisms. You're looking at the treaties that the countries have ratified or acceded. And then you're also looking at the monitoring mechanism that has been put in place. So that is really at UN level. Then you come to the African Union level. You're also looking at similar frameworks. So you're looking at an African Youth Charter, for example, African Charter of Human and People's Rights, and many other instruments, including the African Youth Charter, which relates to young people. You're talking about the African Charter on the rights and welfare of the child, and then also looking at the entire African human rights mechanisms. And then you can even go to a mechanism, human rights systems. You have the East African Court. We used to have the SADC Tribunal. All these, are part and parcel of the human rights systems at the regional level or sub-regional level. And then you can go to national level, where we have the, for example, the human rights commissions that have been, specifically been established to provide, human rights protection at different levels. So while we're looking at the UN at African level, let us also look at the national level human rights systems. So I thought this 3-layer is very, very important for us to clearly understand the avenues for promoting human rights, but as well as defending human rights, including seeking, remedies where human rights have come under distress. At UN level, I think it's also important that we understand how the whole UN level human rights, standards came into being. Okay, just a minute. Just a second. Just a second. So apologies for that. As a globe, we are coming from the Second World War, which had left significant damage on human development, on people's rights, and there was growing realization that we really needed to begin to pay attention to the rights of individuals beyond just the relationship between and among states. And emerging from that disaster of the Second World War, there was growing conversation around protection of human rights, and that was really the beginning of the formal normative standards to be put in place to ensure that we protect the citizens from human rights violations. Including protecting citizens from their comments, then to protect the rights even beyond their jurisdictions. And that's where we see now in 1948, particularly on 10th December, where the UN General Assembly adopting the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, a very first instrument that provided for the first time the basic fundamental freedoms that every individual, was entitled to. And I must hasten to mention that these were basically principles, were values to be advanced by all governments, with the realization that we really needed to pay attention to the individual rights. And when you read the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, basically you see, common principles that governments, are agreeing to advance human rights, protect human rights beyond even just to advance and protect human rights. And you may also note that even before we called them Universal Declaration of Human Rights, they were called, a common standard of achievement for all peoples and nations. So that was the first draft, but later on it was called the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Therefore, it provides, basic human rights in terms of civil, political, economic, and social and cultural rights. And all the subsequent human rights instruments at that level that followed the UDHR, basically, were expanding on these principles. And given that these were just principles agreed by countries, we really needed just to go beyond these non-binding principles. And that's where now you see in the subsequent years the development of specific legal instruments that are binding on the member states, and I'll be quickly talking to those binding of human rights. And again, I think it's also important to understand the role of the international human rights systems. Why do we need them? And it is very, very basic that the instruments that we develop at global level, at UN level, really seek to protect the individual rights, particularly protecting the individuals against human rights abuses by governments as well as non-state actors. Therefore, by governments becoming parties to the international human rights treaties, they assume the obligations and the duties under international law, to respect, to protect, and fulfill human rights. So by joining to become part and parcel of the global, agreements, these governments are basically holding themselves to make available to defend human rights, but as they held accountable. Protections, fail to address human rights abuses. These regional and international mechanisms help to ensure that the human rights standards are upheld. So it is again one way of ensuring that the domestic enforcement of human rights are adequately checked and ensure that they are held to account. That's why it is important that we pay attention to these international human rights standards, because our governments, have to ensure that they live by their obligation according to what they have, signed. So it is one way of really going beyond just, the empty rhetoric that governments can give, but that the domestic commitments are reflecting what governments have also assigned at national level. In terms of basic, number one is to respect human rights. That really means that the states must refrain from interfering with the enjoyment of human rights for all people. So the indivisibility of human rights is also very fundamental. The states cannot choose which rights to protect and which ones not to protect. We're talking about all rights of all people must be respected. Then they have the duty to protect. That is ensuring that they prevent others from interfering with the enjoyment of rights. So holding the perpetrators of human rights, accountable is part of the duty of the state. These actors could be the private. For example, if you look at the natural governance sector, there's a lot of exploitation. And we also have other enabling, instruments such as the business and human rights principles that upheld, and the state then it has also the duty of fulfilling the human rights. So, for example, the right to education, the state must make sure that it provides the resources for young people to have access to education, provide the resources for healthcare, for development, create economic opportunities. Those are fundamental, obligations of the states. And in this context, what it means is that citizens are not really begging. Citizens are entitled to ensure that they hold their duty bearers accountable to fulfill these three fundamental, obligations. So, comrades, as we engage our duty bearers, as we are engaging in the human rights space, let us remember that the state has the duty to respect, to protect, and to fulfill. And our job is to ensure that these fundamental, these three fundamental obligations really are states. Of the UN human rights system, it's also important that beyond just the adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, there have been quite a number of instruments that have been adopted. Most instruments are binding to ensure that the states are held to account. This is very, very important because we need to go beyond just, the gentleman's agreement about principles, but that we need to have instruments that can be used to protect citizens, particularly where, those three obligations that I just mentioned, are undermined. So there are quite a number of instruments that have been adopted since 1948 after the adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Key are, for example, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, a very, very, broad and rich instrument that so realizing that we also need to protect these fundamental rights, among other, 9 instruments that have been, promulgated at UN level to ensure that we promote and protect human rights. And it is also important to understand that the UN has the obligation to do 2 things. Number 1 is to develop international human rights standards. So basically, when you look at the treaties that have been adopted at UN level, the aim is to ensure that every member state of the UN ratifies those treaties, because it is only through the ratification of the treaties that the member states will be held to account. If the member states do not, ratify these treaties, it becomes quite difficult to hold them to account. And therefore, the UN has the, two important to ensure it develops international human rights, international rights law, existing human rights. So it's a very, very important, role of the UN. And as I'll be highlighting, some of these mechanisms that have been put in place are really aimed at ensuring that the human rights standards are put in place. Number 2 is to ensure that, we monitor human rights mechanisms and ensure that states are held to account. At UN level, let me also quickly highlight that there are 2 major approaches. Number 1 is the treaty-based mechanism. So the treaty-based mechanism is where now you are looking at the specific treaties that the United Nations has adopted or has put in place, and the countries that have ratified, are being held to account or are being supported. To ensure that they meet their human rights obligations. Several treaties that some of which I have already highlighted. So you have a treaty on women with the CEDAW. You have the Convention on the Rights of the Child. You have the ICCPR and several other treaties. These are binding treaties, and the whole idea is to ensure that there is a mechanism of advancing the realization of these treaties. So that's the treaty-based approach. Then there's a charter-based approach where you are looking at other, additional mechanisms to ensure that you increase accountability of member states that have ratified different treaties, but as well as those that even that have not really ratified. And soon I'll be talking about the Universal Periodic Review, and then the special mechanisms, as well as the existence of the Human Rights Council at UN level. This is very, very the government and these mechanisms. In terms of the treaty body system, just to highlight that from the Universal Declaration of Human Rights that I talked about being a foundational document from which all other treaties were born. We have several treaties that I've just highlighted in that regard. So when you're holding governments accountable, you are using the treaty body system, you are looking at all these instruments. What is more important is that each instrument has a support mechanism around it. So you have very specific, mechanism on each instrument. So you have got specific committees, for example, for each instrument that are responsible for enforcement or monitoring of each instrument. So all those treaties mentioned by the treaty basically are a specific mandate to ensure implementation of these relevant treaties by state parties. The committees are composed of independent experts. So, for example, you have an independent committee on the Convention of the Rights of the Child. So you have specific experts that are working on the rights of the children. They have got a very specific mandate. They monitor the implementation of the charter by member states. They ensure that there's accountability. They support member states to ensure that specific treaties, are implemented. And then those specific treaties are also reviewed through what we call the state party, reports to ensure that the individual countries, respond favorably to their obligations. The committees can also conduct specific conduct. They do, and then they get feedback. So it's a whole comprehensive mechanism on each treaty. So if you look at the treaties that we have there, we have quite a number of them. So each one of them has specific, enforcement mechanism run by experts with clear mandate, and then there's engagement mechanism. So it's also important that when you want to engage, for example, on the issues to do with women, you know exactly which specific committee you can engage with at UN level, and what is available at your country level, because all these mechanisms are available at country level through the engagements that they have with the member states. And let me also be quick to highlight that these mechanisms are also available and accessible to members of civil society and even citizens. They're not limited to government. So they are, for example, treaty bodies, so they are accessible to the citizenry. Unfortunately, in many countries, citizens are not aware of the avenues in terms of engagement with these treaty bodies. Let me not bother you with how to become a state party to a treaty, but the short of it is that it is by consent. So countries will have to either ratify or accede to the treaty, to the treaties at different levels. And as I did mention earlier on, the dream of the UN is to ensure that all member states are part and parcel of these treaties. But the most important thing is to ensure that these member states, ratify these instruments. Of course, there are provisions as well that while they can adopt these treaties, they can also have particular cases entered so that they do not undermine the very essence of the of the spirit of these treaties. And then we also have, so apart from the instruments that I've highlighted, the treaties, we also have the Human Rights Council. Remember, I talked about the instruments and then talked about the institutional arrangement. Now, at UN level, we have the Human Rights Council, which is basically an intergovernmental body within the United Nations system. It is made up of 47 states, basically, and its mandate is the promotion and protection of all human rights around the globe. So at global level, the Human Rights Council is a home, to all citizens, to all institutions when it comes to human rights. It's a global leader at UN level when it comes to human rights. And so it has the ability to discuss all thematic human rights issues, situations that require its attention throughout the year. To emergencies alone, it produces, guidelines, quite a number of assignments that it executes. It also periodically reviews country human rights situations. So every country that is a member of the UN undergoes a review, what is called the Universal Periodic Review, so that member states are, continuously assessed in terms of their compliance with the human rights standards. And where there are concerns, recommendations are provided to ensure that those countries address the human rights concerns that have been identified. It is also important to understand that the Human Rights Council, has a role to support member states to fulfill their obligations. The three obligations of respecting, protecting, and fulfilling those human rights. So it also provides technical and in some cases even to member states. Most of you bodies. The whole idea is to support the member states to fulfill their human rights obligations, and it also works with the independent experts to foster promotion and protection of human rights. It builds capacity of different human rights actors, including civil society, among others. So it's a very, very important body when it comes to human rights at that level. It is also very critical for holding errant governments accountable at different levels. So its recommendations, its resolutions are very, very critical. And for example, in the recent times, where the Human Rights Council has pronounced itself on the Gaza, genocide that we have all witnessed, taking different positions, making different recommendations, rising above just the policy at the UN institution. It institutes investigations. It makes recommendations, produces human rights reports that can also inform, the UN in terms of its decision making. Just to highlight that the Human Rights Council has the universal periodic review mechanism through which countries are reviewed, as I mentioned, and these reviews happen every 5 years. So, for example, I just picked an example: South Africa. It has undergone several cycles. So the first cycle was in 2008 to 2011, and then 2012, 2016. They're now in the fourth cycle. The whole idea is that every 5 years, every member state is reviewed. And maybe quickly just to highlight what it is about universal. So two UN members have to be reviewed every 5 years. The whole idea, as I mentioned, is to ensure that they get feedback. They provide checks and balances to each member state so that those member states can improve their human rights records or their human rights situations. And this process, the UPR, is basically an intergovernmental or state-driven peer review. So countries review each other when it comes to assessments. So every 5 years. So when Malawi, for example, is going to appear before the UPR mechanism, it is other member states of the UN that will review Malawi and then provide recommendations, what are called concluding observations. This also ensures that every country that is a member of the UN participates in this process, but again, that it is reviewed by other member states. So maybe it could be a gentleman's or a lady's fair approach. It is confrontational in most of the times, and it is also depoliticized in most cases. So that's really the mechanism that is available at UN level. But again, this UPR is also available to members of civil society. So CSOs also have the opportunity, for example, to prepare what are called alternative reports or shadow reports, where they can also, prepare reports and submit to the UN to ensure that, it provides some kind of check in terms of what governments submit in terms of the reports. And these shadow reports, alternative reports, have also helped the UN to objectively review these countries when they appear under the UPR. And it is important that, that civil society, including young people, participate in the review, in the review of their countries, because at times, governments can sugarcoat it when human rights concerns to engage with the human rights mechanism. So as I did mention, the member states, are reviewed, and then they are given recommendations which are supposed to be implemented maybe in the subsequent 4 or 5 years, so that when they come back, you can also assess the extent to which they have implemented the recommendations. So what informs the review? So you're looking at national reports. So these are government reports. Then also the UN on its own does the compilation of human rights situations in different countries. They look at they get the reports from the special procedures, such as the special rapporteurs, and then again the stakeholders' information. There are reports that have been prepared by human rights institutions, the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, for example, civil society. Basically, important that we are aware of these avenues so that we can utilize them. There are special rapporteurs. These are experts dedicated to a particular, treaty that are engaging, on very specific, treaties, and they usually produce reports. They engage human rights activists. They engage citizens. They engage different stakeholders, so that they can better advise the UN at that level, and even contribute to informing the reviews that these member states undergo. So it's important that we participate in these processes, and we are familiar with these avenues. You must know, when is your country going to be reviewed, so that already you can prepare those submissions in advance. You can engage even your governments. In other countries like Malawi, there is an inclusive process of even preparing this party reports, the UN engagement, where you have institutions, so that you have a collective reflection on the human rights situation in that particular country or during that particular period. And those are avenues for participation even by young people. So just really to highlight that when you look at the complementarity of the human rights, the UN human rights system, so you have the treaty bodies, you have the treaties there, you have the special procedures, then you have the review. All these are really interlinked to ensure that there is comprehensive, engagement at UN level. The special rapporteurs are very, very critical, as I did mention. So they are basically operating under the Human Rights Council procedures. These are basically independent experts that have been appointed to save on specific, areas, and some of them are located different, specific from time to time. Basically, they're appointed by the Human Rights Council. They are unpaid and they are elected for 3 mandates, which basically, can be renewed for another 3 years. So, we have specific experts that we can utilize. Maybe the question is, do we have a special rapporteur on youth? That's another gap that we need to be looking at. Even at UN, at African Union level, the question is, where are the special mechanisms dedicated to young people, so that young people can get specific attention when it comes to these, to these issues, the way we have done with other mandates, such as the children and women, special rapporteurs on human rights defenders, among others. Do we have specific commitments on young people? How do we even at the African Union level? But just highlight that this is a special mechanism at UN level. And then, apart from special rapporteurs, you also have specific mandates, mandate holders at that level, where you, for example, you have got very specific countries that have been given specific mandates to ensure that they address specific issues at that level. So specific mandates and special rapporteurs can do fact-finding visits. They can directly engage governments. They can organize, expert meetings. They can conduct studies. They can raise public awareness. They also at times issue, media statements, and also make follow-up, on specific recommendations that governments are supposed to implement. The last one, which I also want to highlight quickly, is the communications, which is another mechanism that is available, where, write letters, for example. So there can be letters by special rapporteurs, for example, on specific issue in a particular country. So, for example, if human rights defenders are facing maybe harassment, intimidation, killings, and so forth, the UN can use its mechanism where it directly communicates to the countries. You'd recall recently there was the brutal murder of the human rights lawyer in Swaziland, Tulani Maseko. May his soul rest in peace. Everybody was concerned, and people had to activate all these available mechanisms to ensure that that monarchy dictatorship is held to account. And it is important that we utilize these mechanisms. And you can also write to the UN as special rapporteurs. There are special appeals if you can write them, they're urgent appeals. We have done also take up those issues and also raise the communication with specific governments. So it's important that we can also utilize these mechanisms at that level. Maybe in 5 minutes, let me just give a highlight of the African human rights system. This is going to be a brief one because the African human rights system basically is much more of a reflection on the UN human rights system. So the approaches are almost the same. So you have similar mechanisms, but I'm just going to highlight a few areas that are very, very unique about the African human rights system. So number one is what establishes the human rights system for the African continent. The first thing is that the mandate is the same. The promotion and protection of human rights, just like as it is at issues, specific approaches, because no one size fits all may work in the African continent. because there are other principles that may apply in the African, context that are very specific to the African situation. So at African Union level, we have basically three major institutions. Number one, we have the African Court on Human and People's Rights that I'm going to briefly talk about. Then we have the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. And then we have the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. These are the three major active, instruments at the moment that, or institutions that are safeguarding, human rights on the African continent. And these three institutions basically have the mandate to assess the compliance of the area of human rights violations. So just to highlight quickly in terms of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, it is basically based in Banjul, the Gambia. Its role basically again is to promote and defend human rights. In the 54 member states, you do know that we still have got Morocco that is yet to rejoin the African that's why the African Charter, there's a whole background to that. So it has a wider mandate on these member states. It is run by commissioners. So the commission is composed of 11 commissioners who are elected in their individual capacity and do not really represent any state there. But again, the states have got a mandate through the General Assembly to appoint to them. So the commission receives so even submit that complaint to the African Commission, and there is a whole process and procedure for that complaint to be handled. But it is accessible to the citizens on the African continent. It's accessible to the non-governmental organizations, as well as even the states concerning the alleged violations of human rights on the African continent. So it has a very broad mandate, and it sits in Banjul. It also issues the general comments and the guidelines. It interprets the principles of human rights based on the African Charter and other instruments. It also periodically reviews state reports. So at UN level, we're talking about the Universal Periodic Review. Here, too, at African Union level, we are talking about state reports, where every 5 years, and it's every 2.5 this reviews those reports, and then provides recommendations that are called also concluding observations. So exactly a replica of the UPR, but it's happening at the African Union level every 2.5 years. And then again, the civil society also has an opportunity to submit shadow reports. There are biannual ordinary sessions that the African Commission convenes. Then it also provides an avenue to civil society to apply for observer status. So our organization, for example, we have observer status at the African Commission, where we submit reports to the African Commission on the human rights situation in Malawi and African continent. We have access to the commission. So every 6 months, the commission is supposed to convene, where you have got the governments of civil society and other development actors or human rights actors to review the situation of human rights, in Africa. It's a very important and strategic opportunity where civil society does advocacy and every 6 months. And then that is in addition to the reports that they produce. It's a very robust mechanism that we can use. They also have the special rapporteurs there. There are committees, there are working groups on specific themes and thematic areas. So you have special rapporteurs on protection of human rights defenders, for example, who are specifically dealing with issues to do with the welfare of human rights defenders. You have specific committees that are dealing, for example, yes, maybe a special mechanism for migration, refugees, among others, women. So it's a very broad mechanism that we can also utilize, and I would encourage all of us, to explore these special mechanisms, just as it is at that level. Quickly, the African court basically is based in Arusha, mandate that it does definition of and all other binding instruments. So it is basically, an African court for human rights, just as the name it is. So it does its mandate to ensure that it holds states accountable when it comes to human rights violations. But again, it also provides, redress mechanisms. So much more binding than maybe the African Commission, because this basically is a court and its decisions ought to be binding. And I am personally a beneficiary of this mechanism. So in 2019, when I was involved in an anti-corruption case in Malawi, we succeeded in the High Court, where we were challenging a high-profile corruption case. And when that case went to the Supreme Court overturned the decision of the High Court, and in turn also punished the African Judges and Jurists Forum, as well as the Southern Defenders, with other partners. We took this case to the African court, and we hope that this is one of the cases that has the potential, to contribute to the jurisprudence when it comes to public interest litigation. And this case is still in court in Arusha, and we were able to have access to the court because Malawi has ratified the protocol that establishes the court. But again, it has also further ratified the additional protocol that provides citizens and the NGOs access to the court. And we are hoping that we're going to succeed in this case. It's just to highlight how important the African court is when it comes to protection of human rights. And in that case, what we are saying we need to protect the civic space, the rights of human rights brought by individuals and NGOs with observer status before the African Commission, but only when the relevant state, has accepted the jurisdiction. Not all governments have accepted the jurisdiction of the courts. Therefore, we still have got other countries that are not part and parcel of the court. Therefore, they may not really, benefit from this mechanism. That's why we need to advocate for our countries to ratify the protocol establishing the court. And apart from deciding the cases, it also issues advisory opinions and also adopts thematic reports that basically, enriches or nourishes our African human rights system. The last one quickly is the Committee of Experts on the rights of the child. It is a protection of children, and with focus on the African Charter on the rights and welfare of the child. The committee also holds biannual ordinary sessions at its headquarters. It is also made up of about 11 individuals who are elected by the Assembly of the African Union to serve for a term of 5 years. And so it also issues general comments on matters to do with children. It provides guidance and interpretation regarding the African Charter on the rights and welfare of the child. It conducts monitoring of the Charter's implementation. It also receives reports, by member states and the civil society organizations regarding the implementation of the Charter on the rights and welfare of the child. And just like at the African Commission level, it also provides recommendations and concluding observations. So again, it reviews those reports, and then it also provides concluding recommendations. It also receives complaints and make determinations on the allegations involving the violations of the African Charter on the rights and welfare of the child by state parties. It also does conduct the fact-finding and promotional missions, looking at human rights and child rights violations, establishing standards, and also providing guidance and support to state parties. So again, exactly what the African Commission does at that level, but this one is specifically on children. It's a very, very important mandate for all of us that are interested in the matters of children. Let me conclude by just highlighting the African human rights instruments. There are quite a number of them, but the principal I can highlight is the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. Appreciate it. Let's read it if we can. It is really quite encompassing. It's quite broad. It is basically the foundation of our African human rights system. We also do have other instruments like African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, basically which is a foundation mechanism for the African Committee of Experts on the Rights of the Child. We also have the protocol to the African Charter on the Rights of Women in Africa. Others call it the Maputo Protocol. We have the OA Convention governing specific aspects of refugee problems in Africa. We have African Charter on democracy, elections, and governance. We have the African Youth Charter. We have so many instruments that we can utilize that basically lay the foundation for holding our government accountable. Almost on every government, we have a specific commitment to support the African citizens in holding their governments accountable on those three fundamental obligations: the obligation to respect, the obligation to protect, and the obligation to fulfill. On all these areas. Then we also do have non-binding principles. These are basically principles or values or guiding documents. They may not be binding because they may not have a legal force, but they are very, very instrumental in shaping even the jurisprudence on the African continent, in our countries, because they keep on shaping the human rights standards. You see laws being promulgated, new laws being revisited, new laws being promulgated because they're helping to nourish the human rights system. These are coming from studies there are guidelines, new thoughts, new member states. So we have quite a number of equality in Africa. There are guidelines on elections. There are quite a number of them. These are specific, resources that are guiding civil society, governments to engage to ensure that we improve our human rights systems. So we have both binding and non-binding instruments that we can benefit from. That's what I thought I could share. As I did mention earlier on, these are quite comprehensive topics, and we can only do much. And apologies if I did not cover everything, but this is just really an overview of the African human rights system, but as well as the UN human rights system. what I've done here is basically to give you pointers and reinforce maybe a few areas, but most importantly is that, it is up to all of us to ensure that we take interest in our human rights, particularly because it is grown solutions about our human rights situation on the continent. Thank you so much. Over to you, Paul and the team. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Charles, for that presentation. It was very concise but very rich with information. We do have some questions. I think the first question, or rather we can open the floor for question. I'll start with Simon Peter's question. So they are asking, so their question is, how do African human rights actors view the interference of African human rights by Western cultural influences, whether direct or indirect? Adding more to that question is, what is their stance on this issue? And are there any plans or initiatives in place to address these concerns? I think you can answer that one whilst we are waiting for other questions. Should I repeat it for you?
I missed it again.
How do African human rights actors view the interference of African human rights by Western cultural influences, whether direct or indirect? What is their stance on this issue? And are there any plans or initiatives in place to address these concerns? So basically, how do African human rights actors view the interference of African human rights by Western cultural influences, whether this is direct or indirect? So I think the question is centered around the impact of politics from the global north and how that subsequently affects the human rights system in Africa from a regional perspective, as well as a continental one.
Yeah, so it is basically under the African human rights system. Let me first of all clarify that most of the times when we view the UN human rights system, it is viewed as if Africa is not part of it. It is viewed as if Africa is living outside the UN human rights system. And it is basically seen as if the UN human rights system is just the global north architecture. But I think it's important that we understand that the African states are part of the human rights system globally, and that we sit in these human rights spaces at global level. I'll give an example. Malawi is currently a member of the Human Rights Council. So basically, it is part of the UN. And at the UN level, where you have the General Assembly and you have all those mechanisms there is participation of the African country. The arguments because of the power of the power imbalance, just like it is with the Security Council, for example. So there are real limitations in that regard. But I think the bottom line is that the African states have space in the UN. Therefore, what is discussed or what's being debated at the UN level, Africa must have a voice at that level. That's very, very crucial. There are other areas, for example, where the African human rights system has been slow, or has some reservations. So, for example, I will give an example: the question of the LGBTIQ on the African continent. It has the African Commission, basically, and the African Union has been quite slow on that on that regard, despite, a level, African, decisions and reflections based on its a African human rights system and value system. And that's why we have seen, for example, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights withdrawing the observer status of some NGOs, not to mention them, that basically were LGBTIQ focused, because the position of the commission was that this is anti-African in quotes, and that also has an implication in terms of how African NGOs, civil society and human rights defenders, operate. Already it means that the space within the African human rights system is limited when it comes to such such issues, despite being quite prominent at global level. Discussion at the global level around the LGBTI system in terms of promotion and protection of human rights. In terms of that regard, becomes really a contested space, and at times a limiting space when it comes to these fundamental rights. Particularly when talking about rights for all people without discrimination, and really being founded on those principles of equality, inclusion, among others. So obviously there is always this interface, and at times quite a bit confrontational, and where you see some reservations between the two African human rights systems. But I also say that there is constant engagement to review some of the positions that have been taken at different levels, not just at the African level, not only the UN level exerting pressure on the AMNA system, but again, the African human pushing back. We have seen, for example, the African civil society organizations, demanding accountability from even untouchable countries. For example, in cases that we have seen in Gaza, among others, the NGOs, pushing a lot, demanding accountability. So it is also at times two-way engagement, where it is not only the global north that is dominating, but again that there is also growing interest by the African human rights system to push back and claim that space, but also to intensify, the engagements. We also do know, for example, through the national human rights institutions at African level, where most African national human rights institutions, are so participating, in those global spaces, where they are also, contributing from the African perspective and from the lived experiences of the Africans. I would say this is an ongoing access is in favor of the global north generally. But again, that there are these mechanisms that are available to us for engagement. That's what I can say. But my colleagues, I know there are also colleagues here who can come in, Fengiwe, Lloyd, and others who can also share the experiences when it comes to the interface between these two systems. But also just highlight that there's also a lot of cross-learning between the two systems. A lot has been learned, between the commissions, as well as the courts, the Inter-American human rights system, the European human rights system, for example. So there's also this, cross-learning between and among these human rights systems. That is to the benefit of citizens. In that, I can say there's another question quickly, maybe just to highlight in terms of the available tools for participation, for youth participation in governance. This question is coming from Tito Sambura. There is a lot. One key instrument that really provides for youth participation specifically is the African Youth Charter. Is a very specific instrument that is dedicated to the participation and empowerment of young people. And what that instrument has done is also to be instructive to the member states to develop their national youth policies, so that what is being promoted at the African level is also, implemented at national level. So when you look at the most national youth policies, there are quite a number of instruments that that support youth participation, including, the UN guidelines on youth participation, among others. Quite a number of instruments and mechanisms that are available at UN level. But most importantly, at African level, we have very specific instruments. Our gaps are major two. Number one is that we have the African Youth Charter that has no accompanying, accountability mechanisms. So, and unlike, for example, the Maputo Protocol, you have a specific reporting mechanism by member states. On the African Youth Charter, there is none. As I also mentioned, there's no special mechanism for the African Youth Charter. As it is with other, other instruments. Maybe this is an area of advocacy, even at the African for the African Youth Charter, because we must make sure that we hold our governments accountable. Governments must be compelled to report on what they're doing on the African Youth Charter in terms of implementation, because this is the biggest population on the African continent. Therefore, we must ensure that we have mechanisms that hold the states accountable. States are reviewed on the mechanisms, and this is the advocacy that should be able to do as civil society to ensure that we have these, accountability mechanisms around the African Youth Charter. And the same advocacy must be done at national level to ensure that countries are held accountable on the implementation of the national youth policies. Quite a number of African countries have got youth policies. The question is, to what extent, are those policies being implemented? And when you go into those policies, you go to the African Youth Charter, there are very specific commitments on participation, not just participation in politics and democracy, governance, but also in terms of creating people, in those instruments. But I think we can do more in terms of demanding more accountability. That's why we need this youth agency to ensure that these instruments are not just empty commitments, but that they are translated into meaningful transformation that we all desire to see, Africa achieving. Let me stop there for now.
Thank you so much, Charles. We have one participant who has raised their hand, but prior to giving it to Leona, there are some questions here that you can briefly answer. Then Leona can vocalize a question later, just after you have answered this. So Anonymous asked, what are some of the sanctions for states that violate human rights? Kindly give examples. Also, how does the human rights system coordinate with other global institutions, such as the World Bank, to enforce these sanctions? Also, it's quite a loaded question. What is your view on the World Bank or the International Monetary Fund, the IMF, funding and working with states that violate human rights? Wouldn't that kind of engagement undermine the human rights system and its principles? Should I give you another question, or do you want to answer that one first?
You were breaking at some point when you were asking the first question. Maybe you can just retake that.
No problem. What are some of the sanctions for states that violate human rights? Please give examples. Also, how does the human rights system coordinate with other global institutions such as the World Bank to enforce these sanctions? Building onto that question, what is your view on the World Bank or the International Monitoring Fund funding and working with states that violate human rights? Would that kind of engagement not undermine the human rights system and its principles? Should I give you the other question as well?
Right. So thanks a lot for those questions. Right. Let me start addressing the question of the sanctions. Yeah. So that different levels. So the most important thing is that we must look at these institutions at that level to play different roles. One is that they can advise governments, because in the first place, these institutions have been established by governments, member states of the African Union. So the expectation is that the member states will be the first institutions to uphold human rights in terms of those three obligations that I talked about, to ensure that they protect, they respect, as well as fulfill. So it is already their first line, obligation to ensure that they achieve that. And when, for example, the matters have gone to these periods. I also highlight that there are all regulation rules that have been put in place, the procedures. So in the first place, you ought to have exhausted the local remedies, because the whole principle is to ensure that the countries are given the opportunity to address their own challenges before they are assisted by these regional bodies. So you must make sure that, for example, before you go to the African court, you will have gone already to your domestic courts, and the complaints have not really been, or the human rights violations have not really been addressed. So that's when you can turn to the African court. Not only just go to the magistrate court, for example. You need to exhaust all the available remedies in your country, whether it's magistrate court, then you go to the high court, maybe you go to the Supreme Court, and you exhaust all the available remedies, and then you have no any other available remedy in that jurisdiction. Then you can turn to the, for example. So they feel that you have not exhausted the local remedies. When you go to the court, they will say, no, but we have remedies available back home, but we are not given an opportunity to address this mechanism. Basically, you may not be granted audience by the court or the African Commission because you have not exhausted, the domestic remedies. So it's very, very important that that we pay attention to that. Where there's no compliance by member states, so the court, for example, gives determinations on specific cases, and in some cases, for example, the recent case I can remember from my country, Malawi, involved, grabbing of property and land by the then one party state in Malawi, again, of Mr. So they went to the African court to seek remedies after they had exhausted every available remedy in Malawi and did not, found justice, did not find justice. They went to the court, and the court made a determination and found Malawi, wanted, and it made the specific orders in terms of compensation to this family. And Malawi government has the duty now to, to pay the damages to this family. So again, this is because this family had access to the court. And again, because Malawi has deposited a specific a protocol with the court, so that the citizens and even NGOs can have access to the courts. Number two, a second example is myself. I talked about going to the African court in 2019, 2020. It is because the decision was made by the Supreme Court. You may quit an injunction, so that the government of Malawi does not move on me in terms of freezing all my property or freezing anything that I had, because I was unable to pay the court fees of $21,000 US. And this was because, again, we had applied for an agent application to protect me as a human rights activist, to protect the civic space and ensure that I am not crippled to continue with my human rights work in Malawi. So there are these avenues where you can go and seek reliefs from the court. You can also get reliefs from the African Commission. Number three is that governments also have got a reputation to protect. So human rights standards are also used for various international diplomatic engagements with the basic human rights standards. Because maybe they're not respecting human rights standards, and so they will say, we're going to tie aid to human rights compliance. And the governments don't want to be found in those difficult situations where they are not benefiting from aid. For example, their reputation at international level is tainted. So they also have the obligation to protect their interests, because otherwise they will lose out on international scale, because much of the global cooperation and partnerships also very much rely on upholding the human rights principles and standards. Very few dictatorships would enjoy global support and partnerships and cooperation. So it is also in the interest of states to ensure that they comply with these recommendations, human rights, the compliance of the member states, not only the African Court, but also even the African Commission, as well as the Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. It is important that the member states are at the very first institutions to comply with those institutions. And in some cases, there have been some challenges with the member states not complying with the determinations of the African Commission, basically rendering the African Commission, mechanism a bit challenging. But member states are from time to time engaged to ensure that they comply with the determinations or decisions of the African Commission. So it is an advocacy work that we need to continue to do. There are other member states, because they have been sanctioned, they have decided to withdraw from other mechanisms. I do know, for example, that is it Rwanda and Tanzania recently withdrew from the African Court. There were some determinations that were made against them, basically denying the NGOs and individuals who have direct access to the court. It's because they've been held accountable and there have been sanctions against them. So states are not happy to be held to account, but there are again other states that have also complied with the determinations of these institutions and have improved their human rights record.
Thank you, Charles. I think you had touched briefly on the other question on how you view the enforcement of decisions rendered by the African Court of Human Rights vis-a-vis state compliance. Similarly, how do you assess the usual critique against the General African human rights system. I think you touched on it, but you can just summarize it briefly before we go to Leona.
Right. Otherwise, thanks a lot. What I would say is that human rights system available to African citizens, young advocates like ourselves, civil society on the continent. We must not be intimidated. We must explore. There are a lot of opportunities for participation. So at national level, we know, for example, we have the national human rights institutions, we have civil society, and then we also have got the UN institutions. Already we have access to these bodies within our countries. Let us explore, our engagement with these mechanisms. In other countries, you even have got the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights that is dedicated to supporting civil society governments to ensure that they comply with their obligations. Let us explore those avenues and begin to influence at national level from there. Let us also, explore these regional avenues. The child, they receive reports, they receive complaints, they provide expert, support to organizations, to individuals. Let us tap on that, knowledge bank and their support. The same with the UPR mechanism. They are available. There are special mechanisms, the special rapporteurs on specific thematic areas. Almost every area that you are working, on, there is a special, mechanism. There is a special support that you can tap from, and let us use these resources. And most importantly is that we must not tire because maybe the systems are slow, because at times we easily get frustrated because the mechanisms are not really quick to respond to our situations. For example, I know how frustrating it can be to work in Zimbabwe. And how dangerous it can be to work in DRC. In Swahili, it's not easy, but civil society has been very resilient in those spaces. And particularly as young people, we can't give up. We can't give up on these democratic values that our founders laid the foundation. When you read the African Charter, it is all about the African people. It's our own charter, and we can't betray our founding fathers by giving up. So we must constantly push back against the excesses of our governments. We must push back against the growing authoritarianism on the African continent. We must push back against the violation against human rights defenders, the killings that we are seeing in different countries, the laws that are being promulgated. When you look at the NGO laws being promulgated in Malawi, you talk about in Zimbabwe, whatever they call the patriotic bills among us, because it states the ability of the civil society, of the African citizens to organize. The only thing they fear most is when citizens get organized. We saw it in Kenya. At first President Ruto thought it was a joke. He thought maybe threats would succeed. It was very clear the resilience and the agency of the young people of Kenya, had to succeed. And we all saw how government responded because young people were organized. They were tough. They had a clear agenda on what they wanted. And we saw the reforms that already are taking place in Kenya. But that's not enough. We must press hard. We must press more. And we should do this in every African country so that we can deal with the underdevelopment that our continent is going through. And for us to succeed, we must make sure that the human rights principles and all the instruments that were put in place, some of which are session by accident. It requires robust citizen agency, and we must continue to fight until we see that our African continent is progressing. We must deal away with the dictatorships. We are seeing unconstitutional changes of governments. It's because of the frustration that are happening in the African continent. It's because no one is paying attention to the instruments that were put in place, and people are tired. And how I wish we should do more to ensure that the young people in Africa, safeguard these foundational principles and values that our forefathers, worked so hard to establish for the betterment of our African continent. Let me stop there and thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Charles. I see that now we are running a bit. Our time has exceeded for this question, but Leona has had their hand for quite some time. So in just a brief summary, Leona, you can just make your question.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Charles, for that information in the presentation. Mine is not a question. I will listen to all what you said. My is an appeal that you please share the presentation with us, because what you are saying, your presentation was really, really in depth, but we need it to be able to teach other human rights items.
Okay, thank you so much, Leona. We'll make sure that we share the slides and the presentations with you. So we can now take break from now up until 11:30. Thank you so much, Charles, for the detailed presentation. But I see that we have some of the other hands. Maybe you can just write the question on the chat box and we'll try to respond to it during the break. But for now, we will be going on a break up until 11:30. Then from 11:30, we'll have Clement who will join us and he will moderate the panel discussion on youth participation in governance and decision making.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I see that there are some hands. So if you can, please just type it on the chat box below. Thank you so much, Charles, for joining us, and we truly appreciate your assistance.
You're welcome, Mpan, and thank you, everyone. All the best.
Hello, everyone. And welcome to the second session of today's event. We are about to start the second session, which is a panel discussion on youth participation in governance and decision-making. My name is Clement Aduman, and I will be the moderator for this session. It must be noted that this second session, which looks at youth participation in governance and decision-making, aims to address the involvement of young people in governance structures and decision-making by highlighting the challenges that young people encounter in exercising this right. It also emphasizes the significance of youth engagement in elections and explores misconceptions about youth participation. So we will be drawing on case studies from South Africa, Kenya, Nigeria, and Namibia. The session will conclude by discussing potential areas of involvement and opportunities for bilateral dialogue to enhance the capabilities of young people. Fellow participant, it's going to be a panel discussion, and our panelists are here with us. And I would like to share a few information about our panelists. The first on the list is Dr. Zainab Olaitan. So Dr. Zainab Olaitan is a research fellow at the Institute for Pan-African Thought and Conversation. She is a feminist thinker and researcher who is deeply interested in centering African women across different sectors. She holds a PhD in political science from the University of Pretoria. And in 2022, she was awarded the Margaret Namara Education Grant for her impactful research work on women and children. Dr. Zainab completed her master's degree in political science as a 2019 Mastercard Foundation Scholar at the University of Pretoria. Her research focuses on locating women across different sectors with a central question of how women are represented in Africa. She is deeply interested in understanding the impact of women's political participation on the qualitative well-being of African women. Dr. Zainab has published widely in journals, book projects, policy briefs on themes bordering on feminist thought, gender and representation, African indigenous knowledge system, conflict, and peace studies. Our second panelist, Jessica Uras, is a human rights analyst, in-country researcher, and Unleash SDG global talent with a strong focus on public diplomacy and rural development. She is deeply committed to initiatives that promote democratic engagement, freedom of expression, and social justice in Namibia. Jessica currently serves as the Director of Communications at Rural Rise Namibia, and is a co-founder of Yas Media. She founded the Eagles Foundation, which advocates for marginalized communities, including young people with disabilities. She's also an alumna of the African School on Internet Governance. The third panelist, Sarabel Odero, is a governance research scholar at Future Africa, a Pan-African researcher and activist with a commitment to advancing democracy and governance across Africa. Her current scholarly interests concern international human rights and elections law. And so recognizing the significance of policy development and reform, Sarabel leverages her skills in policy research and multi-stakeholder engagement to empower youth and other marginal groups at grassroots levels, with the aim to increase their participation in governance processes and advance the realization of human rights. And our fourth panelist, Bwanika Luanga, is from Komani in Eastern Cape. He is a Nelson Mandela University alumnus and an Alan Grade Orbis Foundation Fellow. Bwanika practices as a corporate and commercial attorney at global firm Dantons with experience in regulatory compliance, corporate governance, and contractual arrangement in the banking, aviation, and energy sectors. He is also a columnist focusing on preferential trade, race relations, land redistribution, and special justice. At the Nelson Mandela University, he was a student activist and leader, and he served as chairperson of the Black Lawyers Association student chapter and served on the law faculty board. He worked in the transformation office with a focus on combating sexual harassment on campuses and represented students in hearings. He was the Secretary General of the Black Student Stockville and founded the Sun Drive Student Wellness Program. So for all his involvement, Bwanika was the recipient of the Student Leader a Year Award and the Vice Chancellor Award for Excellence, which is highest award for student leadership at Nelson Mandela University. Fellow participants, these are our panelists who will take us through the discussion on youth participation in governance and decision-making. So we want to start with Bwanika Luanga. Hello, Bwanika, are you there?
Good afternoon. Hi there. How are you?
Yeah, thank you for being with us. It's a great pleasure to have you.
Thanks for having me.
As time runs, we want to start with the first question. So, how have movements such as Fees Must Fall influenced youth engagement in governance and decision-making in South Africa? But before answering the question, could you please provide context into which this movement was about?
Yeah, sure, definitely. So I'm going to give you a bit of good morning to everyone, and thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here, and it's also a pleasure to engage on this very, very important set of dynamics that will inform how governance is shaped, and also just engage people on how my involvement in the Must Fall movement happened to play out. So to give you a bit of context on Fees Must Fall, I think there is an inability to separate Fees Must Fall, or better put, Fees Must Fall lends itself to the idea that this movement was primarily concerned with the price of education in South Africa. Although this was an important aspect of it, this moment in history was also about the way of life in the university space. So it was a culmination of an understanding of how students saw the plight of workers in the university space. It was also a culmination of how students saw what was being taught and how it was being taught. It was also a culmination that questioned how our bodies, both on a physical level and a metaphysical level, related to the university space. I think very succinctly, Fees Must Fall was the culmination of smaller grassroots movements that led to such things as Rhodes Must Fall, Leicester, the insourcing movement, the questioning of statues on campuses, and most notably, the period between 2015 and 2017 that is commonly known as Fees Must Fall. A more tactile explanation of what was happening is that there were occupations in buildings, in offices, in roads, and in public transportation means. Students wrote and disseminated critical literature and also provided elementary solutions to what is broadly understood as the higher education question, right? So we have to then understand, in giving context, that it was not necessarily a perfect movement without any kind of ideological or implementation differences. There was a big ideological contestation on around what exactly Fees Must Fall was standing for and what it represented, and exactly who then got to benefit, right? The most notable one is whether free education must be free for all, or whether free education must be free for the poor and the missing middle. I subscribe to the idea that education, if we can agree, is a public good and essential to the development of a whole human being, then has to fall into that sacred component that is not commodified. And so you will see that I lean in my analysis and further discussion on the idea that the protest for free education was not necessarily narrowed only to that of the price of education in South Africa, even though that was an essential part of it. And so let me then touch on the aspect of its influence on governance, right? Very shortly, the movement of Fees Must Fall and all its corollary movements affected the university, affected government policy, affected the social consciousness of the general and broader South African society. It was an unofficial but legitimate collective of drivers of policy change, and the socio-economic temperature of the country was changed primarily, because of how young people were agitating in unofficial capacities, but in very legitimate ways. I raise an example as my last contribution of when we occupied a building at the Nelson Mandela University, and one of our demands was that we postpone the writing of the tests and exams. And when one of the deans asked, well, on whose authority are you then engaging us? We simply asked the dean to look outside, and there were scores of students who were all aligned at that place and were all there, who had given us the mandate. So Fees Must Fall was a moment in history where students really began to interrogate not only the price of education, but also the value of education and what it meant to the bodies within. And it was also a culmination of many solidarities over many years, particularly on an intersectional front. I think I'll leave it at there as my primary contribution in this regard.
Okay, thank you very much. So, following the Fees Must Fall movement, what are some of the challenges that the young South Africans face in participating in governance structures?
Yeah, so depending on the differing governance structures, I think before we engage the challenges, I think it's important to note the victories that led to these challenges, which is, the centers of studies that culminated or then came from the movement, the fee concessions, the research integrity of universities, and the general residence infrastructure and concepts and language around the lives of students was an inherent part to ushering the status quo that we now have. And now to touch on the aspect of challenges, well, I think we can narrow it down to two aspects, right? One is the demand of the world outside of the university space, which usually leaves activists or people who are identified as student activists slightly less active in the space. And secondly, I think there is the challenge of disillusion and post-Fees Must Fall ramifications. Now, before I delve further into these, I think an engagement would probably need to be had around the differentiation between what agitators were in terms of partisanship and what agitators were in terms of political affiliation. So the biggest challenge, I think, is necessarily how governance structures within themselves, if we understand them on a political level, on a party political level, being parliament, National Council of Provinces, and all these other avenues, are largely partisan. But if you look at the people who then initiated the Fees Must Fall movement and all the movements that led up to it, these people were not necessarily partisan, but very political. And that distinction then creates a unique relationship between wanting to be absorbed into governance structures and wholesale, rejecting them. And so I think the most prominent challenge here is the sustaining of this kind of agitation that stems from the Fees Must Fall movement or from the Must Fall movement into officialized governance structures. And it's also the language deployed, language around what society is ready for at this point and what society continues to agitate towards, that proves to be a challenge. I think the unemployment rate is also a challenge, and the phenomena of COVID is also, a challenge that has faced many young activists as they've gone on to try and make more official the ideological leanings that they've had and those that have manifested in their activism.
Thank you very much. So, The movement revealed the unique nature of social fabric in South Africa. So based on that, one may ask, has the social fabric changed concerning the representation of youth from the minority group in governance structures?
Yes. So Clement, this is going to be the crux of my contribution today. I think this is the most important part to which we have to then engage, because I think this is the most important contribution that the Must Fall movement gave to South African society. So to lay a bit of foreground, university spaces can be understood as a creation which extends the denial of human status to Black people. You can understand universities as a vehicle of conquest, and you can understand learning and cognitive development as an incredibly intimate undertaking in the institutional space. By this, I mean, university as its inception were sites of conquest, right? They were colonial outposts that were used to give a certain sector of colonial society a particular empowering for them to continue the colonial cause. Some colonial forces were soldiers, some colonial forces were scientists, but both of them were moved forward to drive forward the colonial agenda, right? So we understand it as an extension of the brutality of conquest. And they both perpetuate the settler-native slave relation. Contemporary universities still hold these remnants, and it's more difficult to confront the certain layovers and hangovers of this colonial past because of the esteem that is ascribed to universities, because of the status of the academy, the monopoly on what constitutes logic, sense, privilege, and the official site that universities position themselves in our society, right? But we don't only go to school for knowledge. In fact, many people go to school for knowledge. Many people go to school in order to combat the material brutality that they face within their living quarters, right? And these are visited on them, obviously, because of the historical context. Universities open a space where people can undertake several years of curricularized conditioning in order to obtain some sort of socio-economic mobility. So that's the first thing I'd want to say. Now, where do students fall into this, and how do they contribute to governance and link this to the particular theme of today? So I think university students are then these absurd figures who push the boundaries of what these structures can do and ought to mean to our social order. They agitate for a different world, and they arrest the present by way of protest, which is a very imperfect vehicle, by way of occupying, which is a very imperfect vehicle. But it brings forward, very importantly, a pressure point to the traditional regulation of society. I believe, and I think there is a lot of study to back up the fact that the Must Fall movement was inherent to the social consciousness of how governance structures relate to society at the very highest level, but how the ordinary man in the world feels vindicated by how they engage their particular lives, right? And I think, how we vote has all been changed by how the Must Fall movement then contributed to the overall social consciousness. So it's an introduction into the mainstream and intersectional language, and discourse and ways of being that have then changed the landscape of governance in the country, how people then constitute and how people are represented at varying levels. But again, you know, the fundamental challenge of students and student activists not wanting to be absorbed into these governance structures is also a very important aspect. So I think let me park it there for a bit, and then we'll take our conversation a bit further on that.
Yeah, thank you very much. So considering what you've said, particularly the challenges, what are some of the lessons that can be drawn from the Fees Must Fall movement to enhance youth involvement in decision-making and governance?
So I think first and foremost is the idea, right? The base idea that young people are fundamentally interested in affairs of the continent and interested in affairs of this country. There is an overriding narrative that young people are somewhat uncaring about the nature of our society, when that's not the case. I think the one lesson is that young people are fundamentally interested in the ways of life within this continent and introduce to us a whole set of fresh ideas. But unfortunately, we do also learn from the Must Fall movement that traditional forms of governance structures and organizing and regulating societies do not acknowledge how young people ought or choose to express themselves. And then this leads to the mass exit of many people who viewed themselves as university activists after the university point. So I think that's the one lesson. The second lesson, I believe, is this idea that the change of society is something that young people are not leaving to chance. We have seen the introduction of a new social lexicon and where people choose to involve themselves, and in the dynamic of what kind of person. I mean, I'm a corporate and commercial attorney, but my politics is fundamentally influenced by, decolonial leftist intersectional thought. And we bring that into the space. So I think the lesson that can be learned is that activism can look different and governance can look different. But more than anything, it also puts a pressure lever on those in power because they know, in the famous words, it can happen at any given point, and young people can take to streets at any given point. So I think for me, those are the two primary lessons that we have learned, that young people are incredibly capable, caring, and committed to the cause of this continent, and at any given point have an ability to express themselves outside of official structures.
Yeah, thank you very much for sharing your views with us. We'll come back to you. But in the meantime, we want to move to our next panelist and come back to you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
So, fellow participant, our next panelist is Sarabel Odero. Hello, Sarabel. Are you there?
Hello, Clement. Yes, I'm here.
Thank you for being with us. So we want to go straight to our first question, which is going to be based on the financial bill of 2024. So could you please contextualize the Reject Finance Bill of 2024, which is commonly known as the Gen Z protests, for the participant? How did the whole thing start?
Okay, thank you so much, Clement. Thank you for having me. So, ladies and gentlemen, my name, as you have heard, is Sarabel Odero, and I am a governance scholar. So, let me give you a bit of context into the history of Africa, and in this context, Kenya. So, post-independence, Kenyatta becomes president, and his rule is marked by rising intolerance, corruption, and of course, high levels of political assassinations. The constitution then makes the president's office very strong in that the president is able to use his power for his political friends, and they use this power for their benefit, outriding all the laws of democracy, where power is supposed to be a rule of the people and for the people and by the people. Due to this, all these former presidents of Kenya have a long-standing legacy of corruption. Wealth, power, and democracy in Kenya is a smash and grab operation where even after Kenyatta took over, Moi takes over, Kibaki takes over. It's a trickle-down effect of the wrongdoer is changing, but the wrongdoing is not ending. It then becomes a question of what exactly is happening, in that however much we are able to change these people in power, nothing is changing. And this is how we get to the Kenya Finance Bill protest of 2024, Reject Finance Bill, the Gen Z protest. Well, we as Kenyans come to a place and we say, you know what, we are tired. We've been paying for taxes. It was something about tax improvements or tax increases. And we say, we have been paying taxes since the beginning of time. What exactly are these taxes being used for? Where are these taxes going? How are they being used for community projects? Because most of the time you'll hear of community projects that are not being implemented, whereas the people are able to hear of different cases in which members of parliament are involved in corruption scandals. And out of this, none of them is charged. None of them is brought to books. There are no prosecution. And you know what we say? We're angry. And initially, as someone else mentioned earlier, the president thinks it's a joke. He thinks, oh, these people are just making noise from the sidelines. I also thought it was a joke because as the youth, we have had a long-standing history of being known to be standing on the sidelines when it comes to issues governance. For the longest time, I mean, it has been in our history and we've known, oh, there's nothing we can do about it. But we get to this point and we say we are tired. As Fanon says, anger is a necessary inclusion for the wretched of the earth, because without it, there can be no hope. And this anger drives us out to the streets. This anger drives us out, and we say, we reject this finance bill. Most of the youth who are out on the streets do not even know what the finance bill was talking about. Most of them were just out because they were saying the cost of living is already terrible. Unemployment is a menace in Kenya. Corruption is a menace. We can see these members of parliament taking their children to private schools, but there's increase in the fees. a student recently committed suicide because she says, my mother is a single mother. She's not able to afford the fees that have been recently high. There was a lot of things that were introduced into the finance bill. Most women came out because there was an eco levy on all imported products that harm the environment, one of them being sanitary towels, diapers. And people were saying, how can you tax sanitary towels? How can you tax diapers? There was a change of status on ordinary bread. Bread that is supposed to be afforded by the common man is supposed to be given an increase of a 16% VAT. There was a change on the excise duty on vegetable seeds and oil that would affect the farmers. Therefore, I feel as though this is something that was affecting the various generations in our ecosystem. And this is why people came out and said, you know what? No more. And I'm really grateful for our education system, because in high school, you get to do these set books that get us to dive into the different aspects of governance. And one of them is a book called Kigogo, and it was painting on how the different governance spheres of Kenya work and how we can change them. And the interesting thing about that book is that it ends with the people uprooting the government of the day. And this is one of the things that gave us hope. This is one of the things that we stood by. And even when people lost their lives, we saw blood on the streets, children were tear gassed. We said, you know what? Kenya has a long-standing history of protest. I protested as a young child because of a land grabbing case back in 2016. I have protested in my university years, and I am protesting moving forward. I think that we as Kenyans believe that protests are the one way in which we're able to ensure that democracy is followed upon, because in talking about redefining democracy, we really get to a place of understanding that democracy is failing. And the question you're asking moving forward is, what can we do about it? Because when you talk about sovereignty of the people, we believe Amandla Awetu, we are showing up and power belongs to the people. Back to you, Clement.
Yeah, thank you very much. Power indeed belongs to the people. So what do you think has been the implication of the Gen Z's protests for youth in Kenya and the African continent as a whole?
Okay, so the implications of the protest then become that first I mentioned anger. I bank a lot on anger because however much people are saying, oh, anger has never changed anything before. Every revolution that began since the beginning of time began because a certain people were angry of the oppression. A certain people sat down and said, we're not willing to sit down with oppressive regimes anymore. And the protests that trickled down in Kenya have seen us lose lives, have seen us bury loved ones, have seen us lose property. This began as an outcry on social media, and no one was taking it seriously. It has shown us the gap in spaces like police brutality. We talk about the police are supposed to respect the people. I mean, we have the power to pocket and demonstrate if it's peaceful. But the police come in and they start cracking down on demonstrators. They start actually beating them and harassing them. And we talk about, if the legal system has failed, if the police have failed, then who are we going to turn to? So the first implication that I'd really like to bank on is that it has renewed in us a hope. It has rekindled a flame in us as the youth. I was getting to a point when I was saying, this system is broken from the word go. I mean, what can I change in the system? As a young girl growing up, I wanted to get into governance because, of course, you see all these government officials living lavish lifestyles, and you say, this is the dream. The dream was to get into governance because it gives the facade of a lavish lifestyle at the expense of the people. But I'm getting to a point where I'm understanding that for the system to be changed, we as the people must participate at the first-hand level. It has increased youth participation in governance. I think before then, we as the youth, majority of us had not even read the Constitution. Majority of us were not interested in even knowing anything beyond the definitions of democracy. But now you see this is changing, and every other time on Twitter Spaces, you see thousands and thousands of youth march there to talk about democracy, to talk about how they can lead Kenya forward. The implications of the protest have also become that the government initially gave us the facade that they were trying to change things. And, with the pressure rising, the president was able to say, okay, I'm not going to sign the finance bill. But we are getting back to a place where the finance bill is being debated on again, and further implications, I mean, in the future, we can see it being passed or something like that. But one thing that I'm really proud of is that we as the youth have come out and we have said, we are tribeless, we are leaderless. We are focused on we as Kenyans, not I as a Kenyan. And we are saying that in the next elections, we are not voting based on who is giving us a sack of rice that we can eat for a week and vote for them in for the next 5 years. We have said we are voting for people who actually have the people's interests at heart. We are looking at the history. When we were voting for our last president, there was a whole case, a whole saga of all the scandals he has been involved in. But I think religion is one of the greatest enemies of Africans because we bank into it, we sign into it, and we allow it to make us foolish because then we said, oh, he's a man of God. So anyone who comes before us and is able to demonstrate some level of piety, we're able to vote for him. This is why we say we have to decapitalize what religion looks like, even in politics. We have to decapitalize what democracy looks like for us as Africans. When we are voting, we have to know who has the people's interests at heart. One of the things I'd also like to say has been the implications of the protest is that a revolution is rising in Africa. Down in Uganda, we can talk of Nigeria, we can talk of Ghana. All these are countries that have been talked of as being the creme de la creme of Africa. And when such countries are on the forefront of actually leading Africa forward, I as a Pan-Africanist, I'm proud to say that the future is secure because we as the people are arising. However, one of the things that has stemmed from that might be negative is that the people are actually getting to a place of believing that the only way to get change is through demonstrations. I have had the pleasure of living in Rwanda, and if you have been to Rwanda, then you know that this is per se the definition of democracy, although some of you might argue against it, because if 96% of people are able to vote for one president, and if the systems are working, I mean, if you lose your phone here, the police follow up on it. If you lose your phone in Kenya, you say goodbye to it immediately because the police might be in on it, you losing your phone actually. So I'd like to think we actually have to get to a place of understanding protests are not the way. We can actually sit down and bank on dialogue. We can actually sit down and bank on embracing the youth because right now only 30% of the young people are in government, and out of these 6%, only under 6% of them are under 30. So when you look at such demographics, you realize that we still have a long way to go when it comes to youth involvement in governance and in democracy.
Yeah, thank you very much. That is true. We have a long way to go, but hopefully we shall get there. Now, from a policy perspective, how have the Gen Z's protests influenced policy development within Kenya and then continentally? And then I may also ask, what skills can be leveraged to amplify youth voices within the policy development sphere?
Okay, so from a policy perspective and someone who is working on policy analysis, I'd really like to think the protest shook the government, but it did not shake them enough to a point where they're able to actually implement the policies that are already in place. Because as I said, the system is broken from the very core. I cannot lie, I have been a part of the corrupt systems. I grew up thinking this is part of the norm. I mean, when you sit in an overcrowded bus and you're stopped at a police point and the police and you see the exchange happening and money exchange hands and you're led to go and the car is obviously overcrowded, you get to realize that you are corrupt. The police is corrupt. Who is going to be the middleman? In this case, I'd like to think one of the things that has really improved is that we as the people are taking this chance and initiative to focus on the public participation part of policy reforms. So during the policy drafting and implementation processes, there's the public participation. And now people are actually able to get to a place of reading these policies and emailing the government on what they think does not work and mobilizing different people to actually turn up during the public review stage and to actually think about how this is going to affect us as the people. But one of the things that I actually look at when it comes to policy is that the social safety nets and the economic demands of the protests have influenced policymakers to introduce or expand social safety nets. For example, the human rights organizations that are in Kenya were able to look and say, you know what, we have a right to picket and demonstrate. But here the government is trying to actually leverage on curbing that right and saying, oh, these people are protesting, let us stop this protest because there was loss of life. And people are able to come out and say, this is one of the ways through which we are practicing our democracy. There has also been inclusivity in policy making, as I said. People are now participating in the public processes, but also the voices of the younger generations have been able to be heard. However much we are not yet where we would like to be when it comes to amplifying our voices, because I mean, we as Africans know that for you to get into governance, you have to have the money, you have to have the influence. But we as the young people are people who are just coming up, and people have this facade that you have to vote for the highest bidder. But we are changing that narrative. That is why we are saying we are leaderless, in that we are saying, if you as a leader have the capacity and we believe in your capacity, we're going to give you that seat. The police and security reforms also is something I'd like to touch on, because as I say, the police harassed us, the police were beating us, they were tear gassing us, they were not supporting us in any way, contrary to what is supposed to be their role as the police. In response to the confrontations, we are able to call for reforms in how the police are able to police us. This includes measures to ensure that there's protection of human rights and the implementation of protocols to handle protests more constructively. So in a general scale, in the African scale, I'd like to say that it has shaken different African countries, because now you hear politicians talking in different countries and you hear them say, oh, we do not want what happened in Kenya to happen here. We see the same thing in Nigeria, where they're currently having minor protests, but the police are really curbing them, and they're saying, oh, we cannot go out in numbers, because initially when we did that, the NSAS protests, many of us were killed, and the fear was rooted in us. And we tell them, you know what, you can use social media and digital governance. However, in fact, one of the things that the finance bill was proposing was the Social Privacy Amendment Act, where it was supposed to actually monitor what is going on social media and to have restrictions on it. But given that it has not been yet implemented, one of the things we really leverage on when it comes to policy making and influence of policy is that we are able to address digital rights, online freedom, and the regulation of social media to balance freedom of expression with social security concerns. So we believe that if we're able to use social media, then one of the ways in which we will ensure that people watch and monitor human rights is through monitoring social media. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. So politics has been commercialized. The system has been monetized all over Africa. And that prevents the youth from sometimes engaging in decision-making. Now, what lesson can we draw from the Gen Z protests to enhance youth involvement in decision-making and governance, and not so in policy sphere?
One of the things that really go back to again is anger as a necessary political intrusion for the wretched of the earth. I call us the wretched of the earth because how can it be that we as Africa are the richest continent, but per se we are still the poorest in so many ways? We as Africa are enjoying an immense, diverse portfolio of resources, but these resources are being celebrated by the select few. We as Africans are supposed to enjoy the autonomy of Ubuntu, the spirit of coexisting with others through one, by one, and for one. Yet here we are, being in a space where we are actually one against the own. I mean, we can talk about how neocolonialism has penetrated our systems and how we directly literally just got these systems from the kind of governments we inherited. But how can it be that we changed the systems, we changed the people, but it still remains the same narrative 60 years down for Kenya, 50 years down plus for other African countries? And I'm thinking, we need to redefine so many spheres. We need to redefine democracy. How does democracy look like when you talk about it being power for the people and by the people. What elements are we supposed to use to define the people? Are the people supposed to be the select 1% that can afford to run for government? Are the people supposed to be the select 5% that can bribe other fellows so that they can vote them into office? Should we define the people as the people who hold power in the system? Because our constitution clearly states that power belongs to the sovereign people of the state of Kenya. However, this has not been true for a long time. So one thing that we're really looking at is to redefine democracy, to redefine leadership structures. We cannot talk about the problem of Africa being poor leadership, yet we are not doing anything about that leadership, yet we're democratic states that put these certain leadership structures in place. Second thing is education, decolonialization of education. One of the things I'm really proud to have experienced is the kind of education structures I went through. I was a student and still is a student of the African Leadership University. And one of the things we're really looking at is the place of redefining education in the African context, an education fit for the 21st century man. I mean, we have in Kenya, the education system we're using is the one that has been used since the 1960s, the same system that talked about we are just giving these people education so that they can be less foolish. That is the education system we're still using, and that is why there's still a lot of unemployment rates in Kenya. I mean, all of us are taught to become lawyers in one aspect. What about if we're able to look at education that allows people to reimagine borders, education that makes us problem solvers, that we're able to challenge the structures that in place, that you're able to sit down and say, this does not work for us. What else can we bring on the table? And not only education that teaches us, this is what is there, this is what has been there, and this is what we can do about it. So the place of education in reimagining revolutions. The last and final thing I'd like to touch on perhaps is the place of a revolution. I think I study revolutions a lot. And one thing I really like about revolutions is that people just got to a place of saying, we are tired. We can't take this anymore. You know what? You've seen corruption is a part of the system. You have been a part of it. But how about you sit down and say, I am tired? How about you as a Nigerian sit down and say, why should I condone this? Why have I been taught to accept this? Why have I been taught that I cannot challenge this? And you say, you know what? I'm tired. I am going to go against it. Because the moment one person starts, people are going to rally in it. And when I talk about regeneration of Africa, we talk about an African continent that is flourishing. There's a lot of roots I can bring in when I start telling you about the IMF and the part it plays in trying to bank on making Africa remain the way it is, the part of the different colonial powers in actually still colonizing Africa, the part in which I tell you, guys, we're still not yet free and we have a long way to go when it comes to claiming our freedom, talking about our freedom. But I'll just begin by telling you one thing. You have to be angry enough to know that if the systems are not working for you, you're going to have to go against them. You are going to have to be angry enough to say, this has been the system for the longest time. We have suffered under it. Why must we continue to suffer? What kind of a generation are we building in the future? What kind of a country and an Africa scale are you leaving for your children? And the lesson that is to be drawn from this, ladies and gentlemen, is that anger is a necessary political intuition, and anger breaks borders. Anger is the gap between the oppressor and the oppressed. Anger is the bridge that will bring these people together and allow them to dialogue. And as we begin to move forward, even as we begin to trickle down that same anger to different African countries, one thing I'd like to leave us with today is the question, what are you doing to change Africa? Are you growing yourself to become part of the system, or are you growing yourself to become indifferent to the system? Ladies and gentlemen, that has been my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Sarabel. If I may ask, I like your spirit of revolution. Are you a Gen Z yourself?
Indeed, I am only 21 years old actually, so yes, I am a Gen Z.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll come back to you. We now want to move to our next speaker, which is Dr. Zainab Ulaitan, who will be taking us through the NSAS movement and the role of the Nigerian youth in the movement. Dr. Zainab, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Clement, thank you so much. I will just make my presentation at a go instead of the questions intermittently. Once again, my name is Zainab Monisola Olaitan. My presentation today will focus on how youth engage and participate in governance and decision-making structure. And I like what Sarah Bell actually said when she was talking about the need to expand, democracy and, what it means to engage with democracy. So I would actually focus on the 2022 NSAS protest, like Clement said, and I argue for a rethinking of what it means to participate in politics. And I argue that we need to rethink the parameters of what it means to participate and also engage in governance, because we have a very myopic understanding of, okay, if you're not voting, if you're not contesting for a political position, then you are not participating in politics, which then excludes a large percentage of our population, especially the youth, because when we look at the political chambers, the national assemblies, the cabinet, we don't see a lot of young people. And oftentimes we then see them doing something else, which in quote is not regarded as participating in politics. So I begin my presentation. The outline, so I do just a brief introduction, then I talk about youth exclusion from politics and governance as we know it. Then I talk about the NSAS movement particularly. Then I establish protest and social media engagement as forms of political participation. Then we engage in a rethinking of youth political participation, and then what are some of the post-NSAS gains. And in my presentation, I also address some of the questions that I was tasked with. So I examine youth participation in governance within the Nigerian context. Specifically, I explore how NSAS movement that happened in 2020 symbolizes a new approach to political participation of youth through their engagement in protest, and also the use of social media, which we cannot underestimate. And then I call for a rethinking of what it means to participate in politics. So I start my presentation. Now, the youth are often referred to as the future. However, when we look at the increasing number of youth participation in Africa, it makes it imperative for the youth to be seen as the present, as in now. Population Reference Bureau in 2023 notes that by 2030, Africa's youth population aged 35 and younger will make up 75% of its population. This growing youth population on the continent has created a new focus on how the youth are viewed concerning development, particularly with policies specifically addressing them as a separate demography. Now, the youth have often been accused of political apathy due to their low numbers when it comes to voting during elections or their underrepresentation in contesting political position. Now, when we look at how the youth are often one of the most excluded age groups in political engagement in Nigeria, this also exposed the dominant narrative that, the youth are not participating in politics. The danger this narrative carries is that it does not recognize that the low underrepresentation of youth across the African political system is a function of the deliberate exclusion of young people from the policy. So it's not that the youth are not interested in participating, it's that there's a deliberate exclusion of young people from the political system. Now, apart from women who are discriminated against from participating in the public sphere, the youth are the second most cohesive demographic to suffer this exclusion. Hence, so whatever discourse we are having, whatever discourse is geared towards political participation of the youth in Africa and in Nigeria, it must acknowledge the political exclusion that the youth face rather than sustain the argument that they are politically apathetic. Now, another reason why we also have this narrative that the youth are politically apathetic is due to the myopic understanding of what it means for citizens to participate and engage in governance. Political participation is about having the wherewithal and opportunity needed to influence decision-making, as well as engage in actions and activities to contribute a better society. So now, in Nigeria specifically, there are more young people than any other segment of the population, and this comes with its peculiar social, political, and economic implications. Now, due to many factors, the youth find it difficult to permeate the political space in Nigeria. The restrictive age limit for contesting certain political offices make their participation difficult. It is also important to pay attention to individual capacity to contest for positions for youth. It's difficult for them to contest in the current Nigerian politics due to the huge financial and social capital needed. the capacities of organization and degree to which an environment enables individuals and institutions to participate in political processes should also be given utmost consideration. Now, in theory, the age requirement for the Senate and House of Rep in Nigeria starts at 25 years, in theory, while it is 35 years for the presidency. However, when we look at reality, this does not reflect the theory. As the average age of our past presidents in Nigeria since the transition to democracy in 1999 is over 50 years. The youngest president we've had was 53. The current president, we have, apologies, we don't even know his actual age, but it should be about 80 or 70. This practice continues even though Nigeria has a youthful population with the percentage of young people below 30 years and standing at 70%. However, this population does not translate to a commensurate representation of youth in the political system. So therefore, Nigeria's system is saturated with older individuals, so there's no space for the youth. But when we look at the historical context, we need to go back to the independence movement. It is actually young people that drove the independence movement of Nigeria. So we look at people like Nnamdi Azikiwe, we look at Obafemi Awolowo, we look at Anthony Enaro. They were students and they were the ones that championed the cause for Nigeria's independence. They started the agitation for independence as student union activists and also mobilized formidable groups that challenged colonial rule. For instance, Anthony Enaro was around 21 years old when he moved the motion for independence of Nigeria. Yakubu Gowon was about 29 when he became the head of state of Nigeria in 1967. Isaac Adakaboro from University of Nigeria was in his 30s when he formed the Niger Delta Volunteer Force and later fought for the emancipation of his people. So now, when we look at this historical context, it shows us that the youth have always been present in governance, in decision-making, in politics. However, translating into 1999 and into when we look at official positions like the presidency, the vice president, the Senate, the House of Rep, even governorship and local government, we don't find them there. So now this idea that they are pathetic is wrong because Nigerian youth are ready to be actively involved in politics, especially as the world is beginning to shine its light on youth activities. Many young people are now organizing fluid social movements across borders. So we see Fees Must Fall in South Africa, we see Reject Finance Bill in Kenya, we see EndSARS in Nigeria, and this around issues of common concern. Now in Nigeria and beyond, young people are then more generally likely to participate in protests, right? In protest and also unconventional forms of political participation. So what was the EndSARS movement about? The youth in Nigeria found solace in engaging with unconventional forms such as protests, and then in 2020, we saw a massive manifestation of this participation. In October 2020, young people across Nigeria took to the streets calling for the disbandment of the Special Anti-Robbery Squad called SARS. And they were calling for ending brutality against the youth through a movement tagged #EndSARS. This movement was triggered by viral videos, actually, not even one, of police brutality that documented decades-long patterns of violence perpetrated by this squad. Though this demonstration began as an outcry against that squad, the SARS police unit, but it also evolved into a larger protest against bad governance. On Saturday, 3rd October 2020, a video showing a SARS officer shooting a young Nigerian in Delta State in Nigeria trended on the internet. Allegedly, the police officers confiscated the victim's car. This video caused public outcry on social media, especially Twitter. Now, the hashtag EndSARS gained more momentum on Twitter starting from October 5, 2020, and this protest lasted for more than 2 weeks. There was also another video showing how a SARS officer killed a 20-year-old rising artist in the neighborhood. Now, it was reported that the SARS officers wrongly accused the two individuals of theft before shooting the artist. Following these two shootings, on 8 October, there were nationwide protests on #EndSARS, which started along with agitations through social media platforms. The protests were led predominantly by young Nigerians in different cities. And in the Kenyan case, there were no leaders. It was leaderless because this point was important for when the government was looking for scapegoats around, okay, who started this protest? Who should we hold responsible? Who should we arrest? The protest tagged itself leaderless, so everyone was responsible for the protest. Now, the Nigerian police force disrupted the protest, of course, in some cities. They threw tear gas, they used water cannons, they shot at unarmed peaceful protesters across the country. This resistance by our police led to the death of another young man in Oyo State. By Wednesday 14 October 2020, the protest had attracted the attention of the international community to the agitations against police brutality in the country, as the youth kept intensifying calls for reform and accountability in police operations. So now that's a brief context about the hashtag EndSARS. And as at then, the whole world knew what this protest is about because it dominated social media platforms. The hashtag were trending for weeks. There were international donations via Bitcoin. So everyone was aware of this protest. But I don't want to focus about the protests. I want to focus about the significance of the protest for Nigeria and for youth engagement in politics. So what do we look at how the EndSARS protest now is a form of political participation. And I do a bit of a theoretical engagement. Now, protest, as we know, it is defined as an expression of dissent and ventilation of anger or resistance against a particular phenomenon. It is also, demonstration is the most popular manifestation of protest across the world. So when people demonstrate, that's one of the ways of protest. Protests often include riot, strike, which have an expressed political target or involved conflict behavior against the political machinery. So it's often against the state or against the particular government, for people to air their grievances. Now, when we want to establish protest as a form of political participation, we need to recognize that there are two forms of political participation within the scholarship. We have the conventional form of political participation, and we have the unconventional form of political participation. So when we talk of conventional, we see voting, we see contesting for political position, we see supporting a candidate, we see campaign. Those are, established. So when they say, oh, people are participating in politics, we often think of, oh, this person is voting, this person is contesting for power, this person is campaigning for their preferred candidate. Now, we also then have unconventional political participation, which is also political participation, right? So these are often riots, these are protests, these are strikes, these are even not doing anything. That is also a form of political participation. Now, protests as well as social movements are normal and inherently political because they are the medium through which citizens react to political activities. So it is not just voting that the citizens react to political activities. Resistance, political protests, and other contentious activities increase as voting and other forms of political participation decrease. Thus, analysis of political participation should not be limited to voting and electoral activities alone. Electoral activities are not the only form of political participation that is open to citizens. So a scholar, for example, criticized the process of election as very ritualistic and periodized. You have to wait either every 4 years or every 5 years before you can vote or before you can air your grievance with the system. Because oftentimes when these people get to power, they close off the channel of feedback from citizens. Now, however, protests provide citizens the opportunity to demonstrate their need for political change or express their frustration on certain political issues. Hence, protest is fast becoming an entrenched symbol of political participation amongst all countries in the world. It is perhaps the most used means of participation now. So we look at, pick one country on the African continent, we look at protests and how people are finding it easier to then engage with the political system. Now, the acknowledgement that protest is political participation creates new lens with which to view the participation of youth in protest, and also especially when we look at the 2020 EndSARS protest. When we look at protest as political participation, it provides us the lens to then view the EndSARS protest as Nigerian youth engaging with the political system, right? This lens then provide new ground when we discuss the youth. The EndSARS protest surely demonstrated that the youth have been desperate to make their voice heard in the polity, and the only practical way they could do that was through mass mobilization of the group for a purpose. Now, the menace of police brutality provided the needed trigger for the citizens to then convey their dissatisfaction with the system and also raise their discontent against bad governance. Also in 2024, we had another protest, but not as massive as EndSARS. It was #EndBadGovernance, which happened in August, from 1st of August till I think 14th of August, about 2 weeks. The protest also happened. So we look at this series of protests and we need to start expanding our horizon of political participation. And then that allows us to then also include the youth. Okay, the youth are also politically participating, rather than peddling old narrative that the youth are not in politics, they are politically apathetic, and we don't even see them, they don't contest for position. That's because they are excluded from conventional forms. So they've decided to carve out new arenas for their own participation. And then I also look at social media as a platform for political participation. First, we look at protest as participation. Then we also look at protest as platform for participation. Now, the development of social media as a new form of media allows for cross-cutting engagement across the public and private sphere. So new media connect the private with the public without the need for physical sites or structures that significantly affect the sort of engagement that take place. Now, social media, which is also part of the cyberspace, has solidified grounds for wider participation, citizenry participation outside of what traditional media can offer. This allows for a new era of democratization, media democratization. Traditional media like your television, your radio, they have often described as the fourth pillar of democracy due to their role as watchdog. However, the evolution of social media ensures that there's a direct communication between citizens and the political leaders. So on Twitter, for example, you find the president of Nigeria with a Twitter account, and a citizen literally quoting the president tweet that, okay, this is not right. This is like, we had a situation today where the PRO of the Nigerian police force tweeted a picture and said, oh, the government is delivering on its campaign promise. And then the citizen quoted the tweet that this is a lie. This picture is actually from the last administration. So that's a sort of like direct engagement that the social media platform creates for citizens. So rather than having to go through channels, social media literally just makes sure it's like a town hall, everybody has access to everybody. Now, the evolution of media ensures that citizens can demand accountability directly without traditional media acting as an intermediary. Plus, social media platforms have become very important spaces in recent time. And also we've seen stricter government control around social media. So if you look at Nigeria's president, former President Buhari, banning Twitter in 2021 because Twitter deleted a tweet that he made and then he got angry. The role of social media as a new platform for engagement enables it to contribute to fostering social change. In the past, non-governmental organizations and civil society were the main actors in advocating social justice and inclusivity. But however, social media as we have it now allows us to do that. The use of social media has enabled the creation of connected relationships via linkages, often transcending national, tribal, disability or gender status. So we look at the NSAS, for example, people from other countries were retweeting the hashtag, they were quoting the hashtag, they were reposting. We look at the Kenyan one this year, like people across border were also reposting the hashtag, they were retweeting, and that shows the transcendence power of social media, that it doesn't stay within national borders, it goes across national borders, and that's the power it has against physical sites of political participation. So we look at social media as a new site of political participation. Now, in Nigeria, youth with lived or acquired experience of police brutality, they formed a social movement on social media to agitate for the banning of SARS. And I think something interesting about the NSAS protest was the protest was happening both physically and virtually. Like it was everywhere. You go to Lagos, Abuja, Port Harcourt, there were physical protests, and you go on Twitter. It was like for the whole of October, the whole of Nigeria was participating in protests. So either through their social media handles or even physically. Now, the NSAS protest was dominated by youth who had first-hand experience of police brutality. This also manifested in weaponization of platforms like Twitter, Facebook in driving the key messages of the protest. And social media served as a platform to mobilize youth with common experiences into a social movement to protest against brutality. Now, this shows that while political activism and engagement to political office holders, they have come under threat in traditional media. We see governments having power over television stations or what radio stations can even broadcast. You can't do that with social media unless you totally ban it in that country, which is a much more without the extreme, even though Buhari did do it in his time. Twitter and Facebook were the most notable platforms during the NSAS protest. So thus, social media is increasingly playing the role of an accountability platform for the youth to engage in politics and also hold the government accountable. So now let's do a bit of quick rethinking of youth political participation in governance. In using the NSAS as a case to reevaluate what it means for people to participate in politics, I focus on two things. We look at social media as a platform for political activism and protest as political participation. Over the years, youth participation had often been adjudged to be low, but this, like in my presentation, I've addressed this. Studies that often, or people that peddle the narrative that we don't have a lot of youth participating is because they are using the frame of conventional forms of political participation. So as we are all here, when we try to think of what it means to participate in governance structures or in decision-making structures or politics, you ask yourself, what kind of lens, what kind of frame am I using to, what kind of parameters am I using to say, okay, this is what it means to participate in politics. But when we expand this framework, this narrative of we have conventional, we have unconventional, all of them are all political participation, we can then recognize that protest also is political participation. Therefore, youth are actively participating in the political system. They are just not participating in the ways that will be palatable to the government, for example. Now, when we also studies that decry the low participation often employ conventional means of political participation as their metric without making concerted efforts to discuss the reason behind low participation of youth. Understanding why they do not feature prominently in electoral contestation or vying for office places at the forefront the deliberate exclusion of youth from the system. So now let's move from this rethinking and what were some of the gains that NSAS protests brought, post-2020. So we saw an increased political consciousness amongst Nigerian youth, and this consciousness wasn't just something that they left. They actually weaponized it towards the 2023 election that happened last year. And what did they do with that consciousness? They rallied around a third force, right? So it was called the Obedient Movement, with the flag bearer Peter Obi and Yusuf Dati. They rallied around this because they saw that this were different from the government that was responsible for SARS, because the APC government was the one in charge of SARS. And then on October 20, we all know what happened. A massacre happened at Lekki Toll Gate where a lot of protesters were killed, and the government continues to deny it, even though independent judicial inquiry actually affirms that protesters were killed at Lekki Toll Gate, right? So this anger, this frustration made Nigerian youth decide to, this political office, this politics that they say we are not doing, let us do it with them. And what we saw is that in the 2023 election, there was massive wave of voter registration. Okay, please go and register to vote. We need to change the course of the system. We need to change the government. So, however, even though the candidates that the youth rallied around did not win, there was a change in the system. The youth showed that they could not be tampered with. They were forced to be appealed to, and that's when during the election we saw different parties trying to then win votes from the youth section. However, this had already gone to another movement called the Obedient Movement. They also embrace their status as accountability force that holds the government accountable. So every time there's a policy or there's a proposed bill in the Nigerian National Assembly, we often see that what they do is, okay, does this bill make sense for the country? Is it a good? If not, then they come again on social media to oppose the bill. So we've seen that with a recent proposed bill that would have banned social media and limited freedom of expression, there was massive outcry on social media that this cannot work. That bill was dropped. Currently, we are fighting against the violence against a person act, because there's an attempt to repeal this act. And this act is the act that protects people from domestic violence or gender-based violence, which also has gender-neutral language, but a certain House of Rep member felt, this actually witch hunts men, so let's remove it. So now there's a massive outcry against this act, the repealment of this act. So when we look at NSAS, we look at the significance with rethinking the political participation of youth. We also look at the gains it has brought. There are things that we need to draw out. First, that Nigerian youth are significantly participating. There's need to reevaluate how we understand political participation and participation in governance. By embracing new forms of participation, we can ensure the inclusion of youth and also expanding our conceptualization, and that the NSAS movement did not die in 2020. It manifested into other different movements. And on that note, I will end my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zainab, for this detailed presentation. Questions may come later. Let us now move to our next speaker, Jessica Uras. Hello, Jessica. Are you there?
I'm here. Hello.
Thank you for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, we're moving to Namibia. And our first question is for us to know the context within which the Shut It All Down movement and the role of young people within Namibia, within governments and decision-making structures in Namibia took place.
Right. Okay, so the Shut It All Down movement in Namibia emerged in October 2020 as a grassroots response to the escalating incidents of gender-based violence and the perceived inaction by the government. The movement challenged existing governance structures, demanding accountability from those in power. The movement also basically contributed to a policy reform that was enacted after the protest took place. Now, the movement in itself was ignited by the tragic murder of Shannon Versafal, a 22-year-old woman who went missing in the same year in April 2020 in the coastal town of Walvis Bay. Now, after 6 months, her remains were discovered following an anonymous tip, sparking nationwide outrage. The arrest of 2 individuals connected to her murder further fueled the frustration of young Namibians, particularly women, who were angered by the systemic failures to protect women and girls within the country. Not long ago, in 2010, a girl was raped and murdered in Namibia and nothing was done. Her murderer was not found to date, and these incidents keep reoccurring and nothing has been done from the side of government. That's why we decided to then start the hashtag Shut It All Down movement, which demonstrated the immense power of youth-led activism in influencing governance and public policy. Now, young Namibians are mobilized both in the streets and on social media, coming together in large numbers to demand immediate government action. Their efforts led to significant responses, including the declaration of a national state of emergency on gender-based violence, the establishment of a gender-based violence response fund, and the prioritization of legislation aimed at protecting women and girls within the country. Now, these outcomes highlighted the movement's success in pressuring the government to take concrete steps against gender-based violence within the country. The movement also underscored the disconnect between young people and traditional governance structures in Namibia. Now, despite their energy and passion and commitment, young people in Namibia are often excluded from formal decision-making processes, such as those in parliament and local government councils, where they remain underrepresented within the country. Now, the Shut It All Down protest illustrated that when faced with barriers to traditional participation, youth can create alternative spaces for engagement, be it through a combination of physical protest and digital activism. They were able to challenge the status quo within the country and demand for accountability and drive meaningful change through this protest. Now, the Shut It All Down movement for us is a testament to the capacity of young people to act as significant change agents in governance. And even outside traditional frameworks, it underscores the importance of inclusive decision-making processes that actively involve youth and ensuring their voices are not just heard, but acted upon. After that protest, we saw the emerge of protest in every and any given situation where government fails to step in. Not long ago, last year on Independence Day, which was the 21st of March, Namibian youth took to the streets to protest against the unemployment, the rise of unemployment rate within the country, which then also later made it to this year's Afrobarometer dispatch, where Namibian youth demand that government make job creation a top priority as it leads up to this year's general elections. I submit.
Thank you very much. So you mentioned digital activism, which cannot be underestimated in our part of the world. Now, considering the digital landscape, could you provide real-life instances or case studies that highlight the ways in which digital citizenship has reshaped the dynamics of governance and decision-making for young people in Namibia, particularly in relation to digital rights? Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, having listened to my fellow panelists, we have seen how digital citizenship has played a pivotal role in reshaping how young Africans engage with governance. For us, social media platforms such as Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook have become vital tools for young people to express their political views, to organize campaigns, and hold leaders accountable. For instance, during the Shut It All Down movement, Twitter was an instrumental tool in amplifying voices that were often marginalized in mainstream media. Hashtags like the hashtag Shut It All Down movement, hashtag #MeToo, hashtag End Gender-Based Violence were trending nationally and internationally, bringing global attention to the issue and increasing pressure on local authorities. The movement's organizers used these digital platforms to coordinate protests, to share critical information, and to create digital community of support that extended beyond Namibia's borders. So even though we were on the ground actively protesting, we had our brothers and sisters from outside Namibia that could retweet, that could actively keep that hashtag trending to ensure that we have our government officials on their toes. Another significant example in the role of digital platforms in the 2019 general elections in Namibia, young people utilized social media to share voter education materials, to debunk misinformation, and encourage peer-to-peer discussions about the importance of voting. Platforms like WhatsApp were used to disseminate real-time information about polling stations and to report incidents of electoral malpractice, which were then picked up by civil society organizations within Namibia and media houses. Now, this digital activism not only increased youth engagement, but also enhanced the transparency and credibility of the electoral process within Namibia. However, I must say that it is important to recognize that the digital landscape in Namibia is not without any challenges. We have online harassments, particularly gender-based violence against women and girls, is a growing concern as seen with female activists and female journalists, female politicians who face threats and abuse online every day. Namibia's legal and policy frameworks, as mentioned in the context of the National Gender Policy and the Communication Act, currently lack robust mechanisms to protect individuals from online violence, which can deter young people, especially women, from engaging in digital governance spaces. And those are concerns that come into place that I would like to tackle as this discussion goes forward.
Okay, thank you very much. So listening to you, we can feel the impact of social media as platform through which the youths express themselves. Now, how have advancement in technology and digital platform empowered young individuals to engage with governance processes and also influence decision-making?
Sometimes we believe that technology is the only tool we have to engage or participate as youth in Namibia, because that's the only means of platform that we have available where we can basically have freedom of speech and freedom of expression and to air our views. Now, technological advancements have profoundly empowered young Namibians to participate in governance and influence decision-making. The rapid increase of smartphones, the internet access, even in rural areas, has democratized information and created new channels for political engagement within the country. A clear example is the empowerment of the e-governance initiatives in Namibia that was launched. The government's efforts to digitize services such as the online voter registration system introduced in the 2019 elections have made it easier for young people to participate in governance processes. Now, this system allowed first-time voters in Namibia, many of whom are young, to register online, reducing the barriers to participate or to reducing the barriers to participation and ensuring that more young voices are heard in the electoral process. Social media platforms have also facilitated the formation of online communities and networks where young people can discuss governance issues, share ideas, and mobilize for collective action. For example, the Namibian Youth Coalition on Climate Change has used platforms like Facebook, TikTok, and Instagram to organize campaigns that advocate for environmental policies and engage with policymakers. Now, this digital engagement has enabled young activists to influence national dialogues on climate change and ensure that youth perspectives are included in policy discourse. Now, the use of crowdfunding platforms by Namibian youth to support social causes and advocacy efforts has shown how technology can bypass traditional financial and institutional barriers, allowing young people to directly fund initiatives that matter to them. More as to say, if the government can't step in, then we will find other means to ensure that we cater for the causes that actually matter to us, because we are the ones that go through this. We are the ones that experience it day to day while they sit in their offices and do nothing about it. These platforms have empowered young Namibians to take initiative in governance processes without relying on state or corporate sponsorship, thereby increasing their agency and impact. And that's why we stood up and took to the streets to protest for unemployment, the rising rate of unemployment within the country, while we have so many offices that do not have staff members that or the capacity to do the work that they have to do. But government is doing nothing about it. The institutions are doing nothing about it. So we have to take things into our own hands and do it critically in a way that we ensure that both parties benefit from what the protest is actually standing for. I submit.
Thank you very much. Namibia will be going to the polls very soon. Now, we may ask, what can we learn from the Shut It All Down movement? And then how can those lessons be implemented to improve youth engagement in the upcoming elections in Namibia?
Now, the Shut It All Down movement offers several valuable lessons that can be applied to enhance youth engagement in the upcoming general elections in Namibia. First, the movement demonstrated the power of digital platforms in mobilizing young people. Now, ahead of the 2024 elections, it will be a crucial tool to leverage social media for voter education, particularly targeting young voters who are often disengaged from traditional media. Campaigns that resonate with the issues young people care about, such as unemployment, such as education and social justice, should be prioritized and galvanized their participation. Youth, come to the young people, meet them at their preferred platforms, speak to them at their level and where they want to be met. Secondly, the Shut It All Down movement also highlighted the importance of intersectionality in young people's engagement. The movement was inclusive. It addressed issues of gender, race, and class, which attracted a broad base of support. Political campaigns and youth-focused initiatives should adopt a similar approach, ensuring that the diverse voices of Namibia's youth, including those from marginalized communities, those living with disabilities, are heard and represented. If it means you getting a sign language interpreter to basically interpret your whole ideology and manifesto for the election, do so. Ensure that everyone has the adequate access to information they need to make an informed and strategic vote. Thirdly, the movement underscored the need for young people to organize collectively and form networks that can sustain long-term advocacy efforts. In the context of the upcoming elections, youth organizations and civil society should work together to create platforms where young people can discuss electoral issues, share strategies, and coordinate actions. If need be, we can start a cross-border collaboration with sisters and brothers from outside the country that have already had elections, to see what are the mechanisms that we can put in place to ensure that these elections are actually effective to the needs of young people. Now, these networks can also serve as watchdogs, monitoring the electoral process and holding institutions accountable for fair and transparent elections. Now, finally, the movement also taught us the importance of protecting digital rights. As youth engagement increasingly moves online, it is essential to advocate for stronger legal protection against online harassment and violence, which can deter young people from participating in digital governance. Now, I'm saying this because in Namibia currently, as it stands, we do not have a data protection bill at all. We do not have anything that will protect a young person from voicing their opinion online. The only thing we have right now is the Cybercrime Act. which is a draft that does not cater to the needs of young people participating online. The failure to address these issues could undermine efforts to engage young voters, particularly women in the electoral process. Now, by applying these lessons, Namibia can create a more inclusive and participatory electoral environment where young people feel empowered to contribute to governance and decision making. We must understand and remember that the strength of democracy is measured not by the voices of those in power, but the courage of its youth to stand up, to speak out, and to shape the future they deserve. We keep hearing that youth are the future of tomorrow. No, the time for young people to be heard is not tomorrow, it is now, because we are facing those issues now. We are living those experiences now, not tomorrow. What we are going through it now. So it's important to give youth a seat at the table.
Hello, Jessica.
I submit. Thank you, Clement.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, that is very important. The youth must be given a seat at the table because the future is the youth, and our involvement in decisions that affect us is very important. Thank you very much. We are getting to the end of this session. And at this point, we want to give each panelist 1 minute for their final observation. And then also there is a question that any of the panelists may want to also answer. The question is, what is the remedy to police brutality? So we want to give each panelist 1 minute for their final observation. We start with Buanika. Are you there with us?
Hi all. Thank you so much for having me. This was a very informative session. I do think that my last comments will probably speak to the globalized nature of oppression being necessitating that our solidarity is also global. The things that are happening to us as young people and as people on the periphery throughout the world and on the continent are all visited on us by a global empire that requires that all forms of resistance are one, intersectional, and consider all actors in society. And then secondly, I also believe that we have to show meaningful and systemic solidarity across different forms of struggle. So the struggle in Namibia is a struggle in South Africa. The struggle in Nigeria is a struggle in South Africa. All of our struggles are connected. And it's important that we use avenues like this to clearly sharpen contradictions and be able to take our struggles forward. I think the last thing I would like to say is that it's very important for us, even in our engagement, to understand that when you do contest colonial forces, especially within the context of politics and government, it's not child's play or a tea party. We're up against really ruthless people with lives on the line. And so the measure of seriousness in how we engage people is also pretty important. So those are my last words, and thank you for the time and space. In terms of police brutality, look, police, in as much as they do enforce the social order, are foot soldiers placed by those who are benefiting from the social order. So we must also be able to engage that particular segment of society as we do the economy, as we do with patriarchy, as we do with ableism, as a part that continues to oppress and dehumanize Black people, women in particular, and people with special needs. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Comrade Buanika. We now go to Sarabel for your final observation, your final comment. Hello, Sarabel.
Yes, Clement. So for me, I just say, comrades, we need to get angry enough to realize the importance of evolution at this particular time for this particular generation in Africa. I think we need to get to a point of saying enough is enough. How could we go through colonization and then we now go through neo-colonization? Comrades, this is the time for the struggle, and the time for the struggle is now. Therefore, whatever structures we need to put in place, whatever kind of education we need, I think we as the young people need to educate ourselves, because we really lack the education. I mean, we are not angry because we do not even know what to be angry about. But the moment you start reading about the impacts of colonialization in Africa and you realize, or this is what happened. You get angry enough and you want to pick yourself up and go to the streets alone. So for me, I'd say
Hello.
Hi, Clement. I still think we're still here, or has there been a
Okay,
loss of
okay,
network across the
okay.
board?
Yeah, all right. I think I was facing some internet issues. Thank you, Sarabel. We now go to Dr. Zainab. Dr. Zainab, your final words.
Thank you, Clement, for that. First, I would like to say that Nigeria as a struggling democracy needs its youth for creative ideas and innovative leadership that can help bring the needed change. And what is needed is to improve their participation in politics and also, like I said earlier, expand our conceptualization of what it means to participate, so we can then legitimize, youth participation in protest. And I think leaders generally, not just leaders in Nigeria, African leaders, they have this very, very interesting response to protest. They feel like when people start protesting, they are against them. What they should do is that they should see protest as part of feedback into the political system. So if you are implementing a policy, protest is a way for people to respond. So do they agree with the policy or not? So we need to also start seeing protest in positive light. And I'm speaking to like African leaders because they have this very, very interesting response. They repress protesters. They use force brutality to suppress protesters. Now, when it comes to the issue of police brutality and the question about what is the remedy, I think we need to go back to the foundation of how policing was created in most African states. When we look at Nigeria, for example, the Royal West African Force, which is now what we know as the Nigerian Police Force, was created for colonial convenience and also to just do the bidding of the colonial administrator. So you can't have a force that was created to suppress people to then start working for the people. So even in Nigerian Police Force, even the name, there was an engagement yesterday on Twitter that there is need to change the name of the Nigerian Police Force to something be the Nigerian Police or Nigerian Police Service. But even if we change the name, the principle and the way they act doesn't change immediately we change their name. So we need to have a rethinking of what the police is meant to do and how they should be protecting the people rather than suppressing the people. And I will end my statement with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zainab. And then we go to Jessica. Jessica, your final comment.
Thank you. So I will not speak as a Namibian, I speak as an African child. In Africa, the strength of our fate, of our future lies in the hands of young people. Their voices are the catalyst for transformation. Their courage is the beacon for progress. As they rise to demand change, let us remember that true leadership is not about holding power. It's not about empowering those that already hold power. It's about starting at grassroots, speaking and helping from a human-centered perspective, going into the communities and living and acting as an ethnologist, but about empowering those who will shape the destiny of our continent. Let us remember that we are not protesting because we are against the government. We are not protesting because we are against those in power. We are doing this because we want to see change. And that's unfortunately the only means that we have right now, the platform we have right now, to make sure our voices are heard. So please, to those who are listening that are in government offices, resonate with us, come down to our level and understand the hurt we feel, come down to our level and see how we live as young people, the unemployment rate, the fact that the systems are set to fail us. We are not here to fight you. We are here to say, reason with us and give us tangible solutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, fellow participants, our esteemed panelists. We thank everyone for their time and for their attention. So as we observe our panelists are from different countries, but as we go through the discussion, we all feel African. When you hear any of them, share their thought on the topic, what you see is that it's all about Africa, it's all about the African youth. And any change that has ever happened in history, it was out of anger. And I think, as one of the panelists said, we are not angry enough. There's the need for us to be angry, to be uncomfortable with the situation and rethink, as some of the panelists have suggested, and look at ways through which the youth can also engage the elders. The youth can also be given the seat at the table, as one of them said. So, fellow Africans, comrades, there's a need for us to be angry and cause the change that we deserve. Thank you very much once again. And this brings us to the end of this session. We want to take a break and then resume at 2 p.m. So we are taking a break now, an hour, I may say, and we all come back here at 2 p.m. Thank you very much, and it was a pleasure to moderate this session.
Funny when you're about to let go of my hopes and scared, wait for ease on play. Tell me what do you love about me? Oh, found so sweet touch, yes, a mirage. So you shine so brightly, yet your night is darker than these eyes can see. Release your peace and bring us homeward. Taste your freedom, though I never. Shine so brightly.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are now back, and hopefully you guys had a good rest. So in this session that follows, we will be discussing freedom of expression and online safety for African youth. So today, to facilitate this process, we have Bridget Ndlovu, as well as Diana Nandudu, who will be leading us in this conversation. They will be sharing their insights from Uganda, as well as insights from Zimbabwe. So the session, or rather just by way of brief introduction, Bridget as well as Diana will introduce themselves later afterwards, but just some insights onto who they are and what they represent. Bridget Ndlovu has authored the 2023 Zimbabwe report under the Paradigm Initiative Annual Digital Rights and Inclusion in Africa report. This report is also known as the Londa Report. She has expertise and experience in coordinating civil society organizations, as well as bringing digital rights networks together to discuss, as well as advocate and make policy recommendations on online safety, freedom of expression, and access to information, data governance, digital inclusion, and other policy issues in the digital rights ecosystem. She's interested in building networks and providing thought leadership on internet governance trends. She currently works at the Paradigm Initiative as a partnership and engagements officer. In her role, she coordinates the Net Rights Coalition, which is a coalition of digital rights activists in Africa that advocate for rights respecting internet and push back against digital rights violation. Bridget is also a 2023 Fellow of the African School of Internet Governance. She coordinates initiatives that seeks to strengthen the capacity of civil society actors, media practitioners, and students on digital rights and inclusion, as well as advocacy. She has participated as a speaker in various forums on a wide range of topics, including data governance, freedom of expression, digital access and inclusion, human rights in the digital age, of surveillance, media, as well as artificial intelligence ethics. Just to summarize who she is a person who's passionate about promoting human rights for all, offline and online. And Diana Nandudu, who will also give us a very detailed introduction into who she is later. Just to give you a summary of who she is currently the Program Officer for the Legal Aid and Support Program at the Human Rights Network for Journalists in Uganda. So before I hand over the button to the colleagues, I should just give you just a brief summary of what the session will cover. So the session, as I indicated earlier, will be a panel discussion on freedom of expression as well as online safety for African youth. The session aims to examine the information landscape and will delve into the challenges that African youth encounter when exercising their rights to freedom of expression online. It will frame the concept of freedom of expression and its importance in upholding human rights, aiming to hold various stakeholders accountable, as well as an aim and a mechanism to promote transparency. The session will ultimately seek to address the shrinking civic space, as well as the restrictive environments that are there for participation in the civic space. This is as a result of government's action, which thereby reduces our participation as African youth. So without any further ado, Bridget and Diana, welcome. And can you please just introduce yourself briefly?
All right, thank you so much, Ompa, and thank you everyone for being here. My name is Bridget Ndlovu, and I work with Paradigm Initiative as Partnerships and Engagements Officer, and I'm really excited for this event and look forward to the discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana.
Oh, thank you, Ompa. My name is Nandudu Diana Flavia Okia, and I work with Human Rights Network for Journalists Uganda as a program officer, legal aid and support program. Maybe I can briefly talk about Human Rights Network for Journalists. It's an organization that defends and promotes the rights of journalists in Uganda. we have 4 main areas of intervention. We do provide legal aid and support to journalists. We do research and documentation, where at the end of the year, we release what we call an annual Press Freedom Index report. We also have advocacy and networking, where we engage different stakeholders. And lastly, we do capacity building of journalists in different thematic areas. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Diana, for that introduction. So I will start with Bridget. Lately or prior to this session, we were talking about youth participation in decision as well as engagement overall. And one of the core themes that came into that was that of expression, but in different mechanism. So to start off the conversation, can you please contextualize freedom of expression as well as its relevance within the online space, within online and offline spaces, and subsequently its impact for the youth?
All right, thank you so much. Please allow me to turn on my camera. I think that for me, really, freedom of expression is really a relevant topic that we should be discussing, and I'm really glad that we're having this conversation today. So I think that freedom of expression is really a fundamental human right that seeks to enhance transparency and accountability of governments as well as different institutions. And this is a human right that has traditionally been there offline, but with the introduction of ICTs, it has then translated to online. It has really transformed the ICT space and brought with it some opportunities as well as challenges. You may already know, maybe judging from the conversations that we had this morning, that freedom of expression is grounded on international human rights frameworks such as the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights in Article 19, as well as the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in Article 19 as well. And to contextualize it within the African region, it is mainly grounded on the African Charter on Human and People's Rights in Article 9, which really talks a lot about freedom of expression. When we come to the context of Zimbabwe, Zimbabwe has had a very restrictive environment and laws such as the Access to Information and Protection of Privacy Act. There's also been laws such as the Broadcasting Services Act. And in the early 2000s, we did see the banning of newspapers, and these events silenced dissent, and they also led to self-censorship. And when it comes to youth participation in relation to freedom of expression, we did see that most recently, because of social media, the rise of Twitter, the rise of Facebook, the rise of many different social media applications, there has been a rise in social media activism. We've seen so many youths participating actively online. Civic participation has generally not been a space that's associated with youths, mainly because traditionally it was the elderly people that were mainly participating in civic activities. But with the rise of technology, we're starting to see many youths freely expressing themselves online, and not just freely expressing themselves, but finding unique ways to express themselves through art, through poetry, through various TikTok videos that are being created. And this has really increased civic participation, which I think is really a great thing. And it has also increased public opinion and a public discourse on topical issues. Traditionally, participation in political and civil matters was not an area that youth would voluntarily participate in. But now we see so many youths participating online, and we see that the online space has become a new public sphere, if I may say, it has become a platform where people talk about democracy and share their views on various matters, including politics. However, within the context of Zimbabwe, there has been what I may call repercussions for free expression online. So we've seen people being arrested. We've seen, I'll give examples of in 2023, last year, on election day. In fact, on the eve of election, we did witness an internet disruption. And after that, we also experienced and saw at least 41 civil society actors being arrested and their gadgets confiscated. So part of these civil society actors were young people who were ready to use their gadget to express themselves online, but they were unable to do that because they were arrested and captured at that time. And yes, of course, when we did see, we then realized that there was need to call out these digital rights violations. So we did see organizations such as Paradigm Initiative, as part of the National Net Rights Coalition, presenting statements calling out these digital rights violations. And we've also seen abduction of political satirists from news media outlets being arrested, some of whom were young people. Of course, this was also in a different circumstance altogether. And then we've also seen a heightened prevalence of online gender-based violence occurring, and mainly against female political candidates, some of whom are in the young people category. So I think that when we look at freedom of expression, while we see that it is a fundamental human right, there are so many instances where there are violations against freedom of expression, and young people are then suppressed and repressed and are unable to exercise this right. I think for now, I will stop there and hand over to Ompa. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Bridget. I think to just summarize what you were saying, there are various forms of freedom of expression, poetry, mobilizing or striking or protesting or whatever we might call it, is also a form of expression. However, from this, what emanates is that access to information tends to be crucial to public participation, especially for young people. So we see that the young people are expressing themselves in online spaces somewhat freely, but that freely is contested. So in your experience, what are the measures that have been placed by the Zimbabwean government? Or rather, before we even engage on that, what are the social and cultural factors that impact online freedom of expression as well as safety for young persons?
All right, I will go ahead and speak to that. But before I speak to that, I would also like to highlight that there are efforts that have been done by various civil society organizations. Earlier, I spoke about how Paradigm Initiative has also called out digital rights violations with regard to the topic that we're discussing. And then we also see efforts from government through the Postal and Telecommunications Authority of Zimbabwe. They have been putting in place community information centers and village information centers through the Universal Service Fund, so as to improve access to technology within different areas. And while this move is quite an interesting move, because ideally it is expected that when people have access to technology, they then are able to freely express themselves online. So these community information centers have been put in place mainly in rural areas, but we also note through our 2023 Londa report that through the Auditor General's report then highlighted that these community information centers are not being utilized as per their initial, as per their intended purpose, because we saw when we were drafting the Londa report that there is mainly no security in these community information centers. So resultantly, young people then do not have access to technology. They do not have access to the internet, and there is a stark digital divide between those who have access to the internet and those who do not. So really, that becomes an impediment to the enjoyment of freedom of expression as a human right. And then when it comes also to some of the social and cultural factors that affect freedom of expression online and safety of youth, there is also an aspect of fear and self-censorship. You'll recall that earlier I spoke about the arrests that occur within the country, especially related to political activities and participation of people online. So this fear and self-censorship is a result of that. And this limits young people's participation. There is also detentions that occur time and again. We see civil society representatives being arrested and being detained, and this causes fear among young people who are interested in participating. And of course, I've also highlighted the digital divide, because when people do not have access to the internet, then they are not able to participate freely online. I mean, lack of access to the internet is an enormous deterrent of the right to freedom of expression and access to information. When we look at freedom of expression, it is not just freedom of expression that we're talking about, but are people accessing information that they can use for various purposes, be it for business purposes, be it for civil and political purposes, or other socio-economic rights. And then we also have the digital divide not just being caused by lack of access. For instance, in Zimbabwe, we see that despite the high mobile penetration of around 97.5%, we also see that independent researchers have suggested that internet penetration on the other end is only at 34%. Of course, this directly contradicts to what the Postal and Telecommunications Regulatory of Zimbabwe has already said. They have said that mobile internet penetration is at 70.1%, but we see the differences in what independent researchers have found and what the Postal and Telecommunications Authority of Zimbabwe has found. So I think that those are some of the major social and cultural factors that affect freedom of expression online, and also bringing into context not just what is in Zimbabwe, but what happens in other countries. For instance, we see that countries like Tanzania, for example, criminalize encryption. And this means that when people cannot encrypt their devices or use encryption services, then they cannot freely express themselves online, because consequently they will remain in fear. There will also be issues of surveillance involved there. They'll also consequently always be afraid of surveillance. And if they cannot use encryption methods such as virtual private networks, then there'll always be that self-censorship and fear, which will limit freedom of expression among youth. I will leave it there, Ompa, and hand over to you.
Thank you so much. I think you've touched on a lot of the issues. So from the social as well as the cultural factors, there's also an issue of attitude that also affects how people perceive digital literacy, or how people actually are participating in the digital economy. So let's consider the context of Zimbabwe, right? What are the challenges do young people face? And this is it's a double question. So what are the challenges that young people are facing? And subsequently, what are the challenges that the civic space is facing in realizing the rights to freedom of expression?
All right, thank you so much, Ompa, for that question. I mean, you've already taken the words out of my mouth. I was going to say that there are challenges related to digital literacy. We do see that sometimes young people are not participating or exercising their right to freedom of expression, mainly because of the fact that they lack that literacy. They do not know how to use the tools, or they do not have the access to use specific tools so they can freely express themselves online. But of course, we do see that there's a rise of so many civil society organizations that are now conducting digital literacy programs. We also see that the media is playing a critical role in educating the public on digital literacy. And also as Paradigm Initiative, we have partnered with some organizations within the Zimbabwean context through our Life Legacy project, which mainly focuses on life skills, ICTs, financial readiness, and entrepreneurship. This is mainly for us to make sure that every youth within the African context and in the global South has access to, is digitally literate, if I may say that. So I think that this is, digital literacy is really one of the major challenges. But there is also online gender-based violence. I did state earlier that some youths mainly experience online gender-based violence, especially youths that participate in politics. So you will find that there is technologically facilitated gender-based violence, mainly against women who are in the political space. And I also highlighted earlier that there are arrests that occur, which then lead to fear and self-censorship among youths. So you can imagine a whole society that is ready to freely express themselves online, but they are faced with these kind of challenges, then it becomes a major hindrance to their participation. And ultimately, it reduces their civic participation in some way. And I think that I'll hand over to you, Ompa, at this point.
Thank you so much. So in concluding, I think you've given us an overview of how the freedom of expression is, or how freedom of expression as well as the information landscape is in Zimbabwe. So you've touched on some of the initiatives that your organization has been doing. So do you have any other policies or initiatives that are pleased to curb the restrictive environments that young people face, as well as human rights defenders in Zimbabwe, maybe regionally as well as continentally?
All right, thanks for that, Ompa. I will start off by highlighting that, of course, Zimbabwe has a constitution, and freedom of expression is outlined in Section 61 of the Constitution. And the Constitution does not end there. It also highlights in Section 62 access to information. And you can already imagine that this is a great policy initiative. This is Zimbabwe's document that is really binding and is being used. And however, despite that there is this constitution, we do see that there are so many violations that do occur. But to policies, there is the 2013 constitution. And Zimbabwe is also a state party to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, which highlights in Article 9 a component on freedom of expression. And it is not just these two policies, but there are also policies such as the National Youth Policy in Zimbabwe, which recognizes youth innovation and involvement in ICTs. So already for me, that the fact that these policies outline youth involvement in ICTs, there should be that component on freedom of expression. And it's not just those policies only, but we also have the Joint Declaration of Freedom of Expression and Internet adopted by the United Nations Special Rapporteur on Freedom of Expression. And we do see that this particular policy underscores the role of the internet on freedom of expression and access to the internet. While this is not a local policy within Zimbabwe, but it governs the internet at a global level. And it also provides opportunities for discourse and on civil and political as well as socio-economic issues. We also have the United Nations Human Rights Council Resolution 20/8 of 2012, which holds that rights enjoyed offline should also be enjoyed online. And as states transition to accept and adopt ICTs,
Sorry, Bridget, are you still with us?
Internet shutdowns and elections. And this particular resolution has compelled states not to restrict access to the internet, but more and more in periods of civil unrest, in period of elections, we do see states restricting the internet. Just a few days ago on 30 August, we did see Tanzania. I think I keep mentioning Tanzania, but we did see that Tanzania restricted access to X, formerly Twitter. And these are some of the things that we refer to when we say that freedom of expression should not be violated. But consequently, we see time and again, we see states violating freedom of expression. Of course, we've already, as Paradigm Initiative and the Net Rights Coalition, drafted a statement which we'll be putting out to say, please, governments should not shut down the internet. So these are some of the policies that are there to keep restrictive environments. But despite these policies being there, we often see states violating these policies. And internally, as Paradigm Initiative, I would also like to highlight that we do have a program, or should I say, an application where anyone within Africa, within the world, can submit and share digital rights violations that occur in their specific country. I will put the website link on the chat box just after this short presentation. So anyone can use this platform to report digital rights violations that occur. And when we say digital rights violations, it can be freedom of expression online, it can be online gender-based violence, it can be an internet shutdown. When you get an opportunity, you can use this platform to report these violations, and we will also respond to you and take up the responsibility of following through on making sure that we respond to that particular violation that you have submitted. I think for now, I will end here, Ompa, and hand over to you.
Thank you so much, Bridget, for that very detailed presentation. So just to our participants, if you have any other questions or if you have any questions, please just either put them on the Q&A session or tab there, or you can have, I noticed that there's a hand by Mark Shea. I will later, after the presentation, we'll delve into the questions. So now we'll just quickly move to Diana. Uganda has quite interesting cases as well as landscapes centered around access to information, freedom of expression, and as well as internet shutdowns. Similarly, with the issues that arose with the Gen Z protest in Kenya, they subsequently affected Uganda. So can you please provide an overview of the information landscape in Uganda? What are the experiences of young people when it comes to freedom of expression?
Well, thank you so very much, Ompa. I'll begin by apologizing that my internet is so unstable. I hope I'll be able to pull through till the end. So, about the information landscape in Uganda, I must say it is shaped by a mix of traditional and digital media as well as government regulations. If I talk about the traditional media, we have the media landscape in Uganda is dynamic, diverse, and rapidly evolving. It includes newspapers, and we have about 13 newspapers that are operating. And then we also have about 309 radio stations that are spread across the country, and then about 30 free-to-air television stations. Radio is the most popular medium due to its wide reach and accessibility, especially in rural areas. Newspapers and TV are more prevalent in urban areas. Then about the digital media, there has been a significant increase in the use of digital media, with many Ugandans accessing news and information through online platforms, social media, and blogs. Facebook, though, this can only be accessed by people with VPN. We also have Twitter and WhatsApp. These are popular among young people for sharing information and opinions. At the start of 2024, Uganda had 13.30 million internet users. There was an increase of internet users between January 2023 and January 2024. And then about the legal framework, Uganda's legal framework regarding media freedom is kind of complex. While the Constitution guarantees freedom of speech and expression under Article 29, Clause 1A, there are several laws such as the Anti-Terrorism Act, the Computer Misuse Amendment Act of 2022, the Penal Code Act, Cap 120, Uganda Communications Act of 2013, among others, have been used to limit freedom of expression and media freedoms. These laws have broad and vague provisions that the state has used to target journalists, bloggers, and social media users. As an organization, we've tried to challenge some of these laws in the Constitutional Court, but unfortunately, most of our petitions have not been successful, though we've appealed in the Supreme Court. We hope the Supreme Court will rule in our favor. And then about the experiences of freedom of expression for young people. I'll begin by looking at social media and online expression. I must say Ugandans increasingly use social media to express their views, engage in political discourse, and mobilize around social issues. However, the government has imposed internet shutdowns, and this usually happens during the election period to curb online expression. Some young people have been arrested and detained for simply expressing themselves online. Currently, we have a youth who is serving a 6 years jail sentence for expressing himself online, and government usually invokes the Computer Misuse Amendment Act, and they mainly use hate speech. That provision says that provision bars anyone from writing, sending, or sharing information that is likely to ridicule, degrade, or demean another person, group of persons, a tribe, an ethnicity, and a religion or gender. Part B of that provision provision that provides for hate speech says it bars people from creating divisions among persons, a tribe, an ethnicity, a religion, or gender, or promote hostility against a person, group of persons, a tribe, an ethnicity, or gender. We also have the former resident city commissioner of one of the divisions in Kampala, who was remanded to Zira prison on charges of hate speech and spreading malicious information. This is basically because he tried to share information on his Twitter handle about corruption in Parliament, and he was mainly pointing out the Speaker of Parliament. So we also have the Uganda Communications Act, and recently the state started invoking Section 78 of the Act, which provides that for anyone to broadcast, he must be having a valid broadcasting license. And I must say that the state has started using this provision against journalists, because currently we have 2 journalists who are facing charges of broadcasting without a valid broadcasting license. This is basically because they posted information on their online media platform. The state does not contest that the information that was posted online is authentic, but they are mainly saying they published that information without having a broadcasting license. This, in our view, is going to affect online users, because if they've started using it on journalists, this can affect other people. So what they are trying to say is that for anyone to publish any information online, that person must be having a valid broadcasting license. Yeah, that's it from me, Ompa. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Diana. So you mentioned a lot about the traditional ways in which people can receive information. So we look at radio, and we look at radio specifically. So in your experience, what measures have the Ugandan government, as well as other stakeholders, implemented to facilitate access to information for young people, considering that young people are mostly in the digital space, meaning social media?
Well, thank you, Ompa. I can say access to information is indeed vital for young people in Uganda to participate actively in public life and express themselves in online spaces. Various measures have been implemented by the Ugandan government and other stakeholders to facilitate access to information, although with a number of challenges. First of all, the legal framework. We have Article 41 of the Constitution that provides that every citizen has a right to access information in the possession of the state or any other organ or agency of the state, except where the release of the information is likely to prejudice the security or sovereignty of the state or interfere with the right to privacy of any other person. We also have the Access to Information Act of 2005. I must say that Article 41 of the Constitution enjoined Parliament to pass a law prescribing the categories of information that may be accessible. There are also Access to Information Regulations of 2011 that contain the forms and procedures required to file an access to information request. But also there are other initiatives that government has put in place. We have the Digital Transformation Program. The Ugandan government has launched several digital transformation initiatives aimed at increasing internet penetration and improving access to information. The National ICT Policy, for example, outlines strategies to improve ICT infrastructure, promote e-governance, and enhance digital literacy among the population. We also have the Uganda Vision 2040 and the National Development Plans. These long-term development plans emphasize the importance of ICT in socioeconomic development. They include provisions for expanding broadband coverage, improving internet speed, and making ICT services more affordable and accessible, particularly to young people and those in rural areas. We also have the government websites. I'm still continuing, sorry. We also have the government websites and portals. The Ugandan government has developed various online platforms to provide information to the public. These include websites for different ministries, government agencies, where citizens can access, including the youths, where citizens such as youths can access information about government services, policies, and programs. Then we also have civil society and non-government organizations. Civil society and non-government organizations through digital literacy programs are working to improve digital literacy among young people. These programs aim to equip youth with the skills needed to navigate the internet safely, access information, and engage in online civic participation. Organizations such as CPESA, our very organization, that's the Human Rights Network for Journalists Uganda, we've conducted digital security trainings for journalists that can enable them to access information safely, information online safely, and most of our constituents are youths. I must say most journalists who are practicing in Uganda are youths. Then we also have the educational institutions. Schools and universities in Uganda have increasingly incorporated ICT into their curricula. The government's commitment to the Digital Uganda vision includes a focus on integrating ICT in education to improve access to information and foster digital literacy among students. The same also applies to universities and other higher institutions of learning. They also provide access to online libraries, research databases, and academic journals, which are valuable information resources for students and young researchers. There are also private sector initiatives. We have telecommunication companies such as MTN Uganda and Airtel Uganda, among others, that have played a significant role in expanding internet access. They've invested in network expansion, including 4G and 5G networks, and they offer data packages tailored to young people's needs. Over to you, Onfa.
Thank you so much. And sorry, I thought that maybe you had touched on it. I had a question on the government side, but let me rather ask you a different question. So, what role has the media played in facilitating freedom of expression in Uganda?
Well, the media has played a crucial role in facilitating freedom of expression by serving as a platform for discourse, for public discourse. As I said, Uganda has a variety of media outlets that include newspapers, radio stations, television channels, and online platforms. These outlets provide spaces for public debate on political, social, and economic issues. Radio in particular is a powerful medium due to its wide reach, especially in rural areas, and radio is actually more affordable compared to other media outlets. Media also provides platforms for talk shows, call-in programs, interactive sessions on radio and TV, and allows citizens to voice their opinions and discuss issues affecting their communities. We also, save for mainstream media, we also have online media and social media that has also provided platforms for freedom of expression. For example, blogs, news websites, and social media platforms like Facebook though in Uganda, Facebook can only be accessed by people with VPN, but we also have platforms like Twitter, WhatsApp, which are widely used by Ugandans, particularly young people, to share information, discuss current events, and mobilize around causes. These platforms have democratized information dissemination, allowing more voices to be heard. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Diana, for that. So I think we've touched on the government side. We have also touched on the role that media plays in the realization of freedom of expression in Uganda. So let's look at it from a policy perspective. Are there any laws? What laws or policies have been developed to facilitate as well as amplify the right to freedom of expression for young people in Uganda and possibly within the East African region?
Well, as I said earlier, we have the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, the 1995 Constitution, specifically Article 29, 1A of the Constitution, which provides for freedom of expression and media freedom. We also have the Access to Information Act of 2005 that aims at promoting transparency and accountability by providing the legal framework for accessing public information. But I also want to point out that much as we have these laws that facilitate freedom of expression, we have quite a number of laws that are so restrictive. And I must say that the laws that are so restrictive are more than the laws that facilitate freedom of expression. We have laws such as the Computer Misuse Amendment Act that I pointed out earlier. We have the Penal Code Act, and that is particularly Section 179, which provides for criminal libel. We have laws that, like the Anti-Terrorism Act, the Uganda Communications Act, and I pointed out Section 27 that the state mainly uses to curtail freedom of expression. Yeah, thank you. That's it from me.
Thank you so much, Diana, for that. I see that we have 2 questions already. Aileen Wafula, I've granted you permission to speak now, so you can unmute and ask your question.
Okay, thank you, Opa. My name is Alan Wafula. I'm a member of Kenya ICT Action Network, also a member of ICANN and ISOC, Kenyan chapter and France chapter. My question goes straight to Bridget. I wanted her to explain to us, or rather to tell us, if Zimbabwe, do they have a legal framework, and how does it work to make sure that all the digital rights, now that are most enthusiasts in human rights, especially digital rights, digital inclusion, and cyber security and crime. What are some of the legal frameworks that Zimbabwe at large as a country is doing, or rather setting aside, to make sure that all these digital human rights are not being violated at any point? And if they're being violated, what are some of the penalties that the culprits are facing? Yeah.
Bridget, you can answer that. So I think the question is centered around the legal frameworks for digital rights in Zim. What mechanisms or what has Zim done to ensure that digital rights are realized, especially with specific reference to cybersecurity?
All right, thank you so much for that question. I will go ahead and respond to it. So far, Zimbabwe enacted the Cyber and Data Protection Act of 2021, which is mainly being used. And then when we look at this act, it has specific provisions that are quite, it has specific provisions that are not quite ideal for the information space. And it is not just the Cyber and Data Protection Act, but we've also seen, particularly in the year 2024, we've seen Zimbabwe enacting various policies, such as the Information and ICT policy, which was being prepared for quite a long time. So when we look at these policies, while they are quite important policies that will govern access to information and freedom of expression in Zimbabwe's context, we have seen that the Cyber and Data Protection Act is still not yet being fully implemented, because as of last year, there were regulations that were still being prepared. And according to the Postal and Telecommunications Authority of Zimbabwe, the act is not yet being fully utilized and fully implemented. So this brings me also to have a conversation on that. there needs to be specific measures within Zimbabwe to ensure that implementation is not slowed down. So already there are data protection officers, but when we look at this act primarily, its implementation is still on hold. And like I highlighted earlier, Zimbabwe, I think it was in the month of March, must have been in the month of March, where Zimbabwe launched various policies. In fact, it launched 3 policies. There was the Smart Zimbabwe 2030 Master Plan. There was also the Zimbabwe National Broadband Plan. This is a law that will that has a duration of 10 years. There is also another policy on ICTs. I can't quite recall the exact title of that policy right now, but I will share it on the post after this submission. In fact, it's called the National ICT Policy. So yes, there are policies that regulate freedom of expression, but when we look at these policies, a lot has to be done so that they are fully implemented, and they are implemented in a rights-respecting manner. So I think for now, those are my submissions in response to your question. I hope I have adequately responded to it. Over to you, Ompa. I hope I was audible. Okay.
You were. I think I'm now speaking on behalf of Alan, but I think you covered it quite well. I think the second hand that was raised was by Mark Shehanemi. I'm not sure if it's a legacy hand or if you still have a question. Mark? I think it might have been a legacy hand. Yeah, so I'm not seeing any other questions, but in the interim, I would rather just like to ask about what mechanism, maybe pose a question to both you and Diana. What are the mechanisms that young people, especially young human rights defenders, can apply or rather implement within the online space to ensure that they're not necessarily arrested whilst they are mobilizing or protesting for the realization of other rights?
Please repeat that, Ompa. Was that for me? I didn't quite get the question.
Oh, no problem. I was asking about the online safety mechanism that young people, especially young human rights defenders, can implement within the online space to ensure that they remain safe and not necessarily get arrested whilst they are fighting for the realization of human rights.
All right, thank you so much for that question. I think, well, our arrests are really inevitable looking at the political situation in different countries within the African context. But first and foremost, what I think is really crucial is that as young people who are interested in participating freely online, VPNs are also one way of making sure that you are protected online. So what I see is that if young people can have these virtual private networks and be able to access them so that they're able to encrypt their devices and be conscientized also on the use of VPNs as well as safety and security online, then that's a great start, and that's a way that young people can use to stay safe online as well as be secure online. I mean, we do know that there are so many civil society organizations that are offering these kind of trainings. the speaker that spoke earlier highlighted that they were from Kictonet, and I believe they also have such programs, as well as Paradigm Initiative. We do have such programs where we provide virtual private networks to anyone needing this sort of assistance. I will share in the chat box an email address that you can send your request to, so that you're able to get a VPN which you can use to stay safe, and so that your activities online are not monitored and you are free from surveillance activities that do go on in different spaces. So I think that would be a great start for young people to stay safe online. And also another way of staying safe online would be to post factual content. I'll say factual content because we are seeing a lot of misinformation and disinformation that is doing rounds through the internet in electoral periods, in instances when people are conversing online. There's a lot of disinformation that goes on. So my encouragement would be that young people need to post and share only verified as well as factual information, so that at any point they are not limiting anyone's rights or suppressing anyone in any sort of way. And another way to stay safe online, I think, would be also to make sure that you are not posting denigrating content or content that reinforces gender-based violence, content that facilitates technologically facilitated gender-based violence. So some of the things really are up to the young people, but of course, as civil society organizations, we're also readily available to assist in every way that we can. Over to you, Ompa.
No problem. Thank you so much,
I
Diana.
also I wish to also say something. Like Bridget has pointed out, young people need to use unique passwords, like creating complex passwords and avoiding password reuse. By doing that, they will be safe when they are communicating online. But it's also important for young people to be abreast about the laws that govern online media. Because, okay, maybe in the Ugandan context, one of the provisions in one of the laws in Uganda says that ignorance of the law is no defense. So it's always good to be abreast about the laws that govern online media. By being abreast with the laws that govern online media, they will be able to operate safely.
Thank you so much for that. Maybe I see that there is a hand. I'm not sure if it's a legacy hand, but I'll just like to pose the question again to you guys. You mentioned disinformation and misinformation. What is that? Bridget, are you still with us?
Hello, Ompa. I lost my network just a bit, but I think just to explain that misinformation is really mostly incorrect or misleading information. So you will see time and again that misinformation is mostly done by so many people during electoral periods, just to spread false information, misleading content that is not complete, content that is not accurate. This is misinformation. And then when we look at disinformation, when we look at disinformation, we look at information that is meant to deceive someone. So this information is information that is supplied with the intention to deceive. So really, there is quite a thin line of differentiating misinformation and disinformation. But these are concepts that have arisen in the context of the use of ICTs and social media. I hope this helps.
It does. I'll if I'm just adding to that, or Diana, would you want to add before I add?
Well, I had a technical glitch here, but my understanding of misinformation is spreading information, false information that spreading false information unknowingly. You spread that information without knowing that what you're spreading is not correct, while disinformation is spreading false information knowingly. I don't know whether that's the true description of the two, but that's my my understanding of misinformation and disinformation.
Thank you so much for that. I see that Ellen has the hand. I'll just go to that. I'll just to supplement what you guys were saying, or rather to add more into what you were saying. It's for me, I differentiate them on basis of intention. So when we look at disinformation, you are misleading, but not necessarily with the intention of misleading. So let's say I heard about something else that's there, but I do not necessarily fact check. Chances are I'm engaging in disinformation. And then when we look at misinformation, that's when I'm supplying false and inaccurate information with the intention to deceive as well as mislead other people. So I just differentiate them on that basis, and hopefully that can help, or that helps. So Aylin, I see that you have a hand. I've granted you permission. You can ask your question. I see that there's also another person who's trying to unmute themselves. Please just raise your hand and I will be able to grant you the access. Or if not, if you are unable to, then you can simply just type your question. Ellen, was that a legacy hand?
Yeah, I think it was just a legacy hand because I don't remember raising it up.
Oh, okay, no problem then. Do we have any other questions from the floor? Privilege.
Thanks. Just a question to Bridget and maybe to the panel. We have seen how young people are being intimidated, especially when it comes to expressing themselves. But we have organizations like your SADC, your AU, and the UN. I feel like they are not doing their best to support young people in most initiatives across the board. And through your work, how have you interacted with some of these organizations and how have they assisted? Because we're just seeing that they take cognizant of it. They will be like, stop the violence against, everybody has got the right to protest, everybody has got the right to expression and everything. But then at the end of the day, there's no support, and also those rights seem to be provided for on paper as compared to the proper execution. Thanks.
Bridget, I think you can answer the question.
All right. Thank you so much for that question. And it's a very valid question because when we look at our African context, we do have these very nice policies, very nice documents that we look at and say, okay, these documents are really quite interesting and are meant to address the challenges that are emerging when it comes to human rights. But when it comes to implementation, there's a plethora of challenges that we're faced with. First, it is governments adopting those particular documents. We already have various initiatives within the African context relating to data governance frameworks, relating to generally policies that relate to human rights. But we have governments that have not ratified some laws. We have policies such as the Malabo Convention that speak to data protection. We have the African Union Data Policy Framework. We also have other policies relating to human rights and data governance and freedom of expression that some governments have not ratified. And when we speak of this ratification, it then means that government's commitment will not be as we expect as young people. So maybe it is also up to us as young people to get into the different spaces and push for our governments in our various areas to ratify these policies. We speak so much about the policies that we have, but are we making enough efforts for our governments to ratify these policies so that they are bound by the dictates of these policies? And as Paradigm Initiative, yes, we have engaged at AU level, at UN level, at SADC level, but in fact, I'll give a recent example of Resolution 580 on internet shutdowns and elections in Africa. Just recently, this resolution was passed in March 2024, I believe, March or May 2024. And we also played a key role in the passing of this resolution because last year we had engaged the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, particularly the Special Rapporteur on Freedom of Expression, to say there needs to be regulations relating to internet shutdowns. Why we thought this was important was because of the fact that young people and generally society is now having conversations in online spaces. We're seeing this public sphere where people are coming together to converse on political, socio-economic matters online. And we saw that it would be great and prudent to have a resolution on this. And we're happy to see that this resolution was passed, and it is a resolution that we are happy with as Paradigm Initiative. And not to say that other organizations did not also contribute to this. A lot of organizations were really at the forefront of making sure that this resolution is passed, mainly because when such a resolution relating specifically to the internet and access to the internet always is passed, it then would make sure that young people are also at the forefront of participating. We saw recently in Kenya that the Gen Zs were at the forefront of public and civic participation using social media platforms. And it is at that point that Kenya decided to shut down the internet. So you can already imagine the power of the internet and the contributions of young people. So I think let's continue doing what we do and reaching out to the young people and making sure that everyone is participating. I hope I've adequately responded to your question. Over to you, Ompa.
I think you adequately gave insight into that question. I thoroughly enjoyed how you phrased it. I'm not sure if Aylin has another question or if it's a legacy hand yet again. I see that we also have another question. How do I join the conversation panel? Okay, Ellen raised his hand. I've granted you permission to speak now.
Okay, thank you, once again. My question is just to all our speakers today. I'm also a project officer running community networks across my country, and I feel like internet shutdown, or rather, denying of access to internet is something that Africa at large should not come out and say no to it. That's just what on what Bridget was saying. My question is, as African continent, what are some of the legal action framework that we trying to come up with? Because we have each region is bound to its constitution and legal framework that governs it. But we see violation of these digital rights and other activities which was border to from one region to another. I feel like Africa should do something because we have cases which are being transferred from abroad. That's from, let me say, from Europe to Africa. How is Africa as a continent? Now let's talk of Africa as a continent, not Kenya as a country in Africa, but us all in the same bracket. Do you have anything that AU maybe is being behind to make sure that these people are being protected? Because I've seen the European Union and all those other unions are trying to make sure that their people are protected across any malicious activities, any maybe cyberbullying, cyber activities that may undermine their digital rights. As Africa, where are we at? Thank you.
Thank you. So if I understood your question, if I understood your question properly, it's where are we in terms of digital rights from an African perspective? Is that correct? Okay.
Yes.
Is that who would you like? I would like to just give it to the panel. Bridget and Diana, who would like to answer that first?
All right, I will go ahead and respond to your question. I hope I got it correctly. There was a bit of some noise in your background, but maybe I'll just say that when it comes to digital rights within Africa, there's still a lot of work that needs to be done. And I believe your question was also touching on what then can be done within the African context to make sure that governments are following and abiding by these digital rights. So while there's a lot of work that still needs to be done in conscientizing, or shall I say, training or building the capacity of youths and people in general to understand what digital rights are, as well as to actively respond to these digital rights violations. There is also a failure by governments to adopt specific policies. So we do understand that the African Charter on Human and People's Rights notes in various articles, such as Article 13, which focuses on participation in government and public affairs, Article 9, which focuses on freedom of expression and access to information. So there are these specific policies, and we also have the Declaration on Principles of Freedom of Expression and Access to Information. In Principle 38, it highlights that all states shall not condone or engage in any disruption of access to the internet. And then we also have Principle 37 highlighting about freedom of expression. But when we look at all of these policies, we find that there are some countries that we cannot take, for example, to the African Court on Human and People's Rights because they've not acceded to that particular regulation. And it is up to us as civil society organizations and people within the different countries to make sure that they deposit the declaration under Article 34, subsection 6 of the protocol, establishing the African Court on Human and People's Rights, so that we can then, when they inflict these digital rights violations, we can then take them to the African Court, and then they are bound by the African Court. But if they've not signed the protocol, then we are unable to take them to the court. So I think this also gives us a challenge as civil society organizations to make sure that we engage in various advocacy initiatives. And then maybe just to elaborate further that there are other courts such as the ECOWAS court. I think recently in March this year, there was a judgment against Burundi on a case on internet shutdowns. So these are the type of things that we as civil society should be engaging in. So I do know that a lot of civil society organizations are recently also engaged in litigation efforts to ensure that governments are responsible, or what word can I use? So to ensure that governments are being taken to account on issues of digital rights violations. So I think this is something we can do. So I'll also give an example as Paradigm Initiative just this year. I think about 2 months ago, we discovered that in Nigeria, information of all Nigerians was available at just 100 naira, and you could go to a website and access that information straight away. Personal information, personal data of various individuals. And we really spoke out strongly against this, and this is a matter that we've taken also to the courts. And just to also highlight a different litigation case that we're engaged in. Sometime also this year, I think around April, we did receive a request, in fact, a report, a digital rights violation report through our reporting platform, which I shared earlier. So this particular person was saying that a specific bank had released their information without their consent. We took that case to the courts, and it was ruled in favor of the applicant. So you can already imagine these kind of efforts are efforts that can be replicated across various countries and can be adopted and made use of. Thank you so much, Ompa. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Bridget. I don't think we have any further questions. So in the interest of time, thank you so much for joining us. Do you have any closing remarks that you would just like to share with the participants?
Well, thank you, Ompa. From my side, I can say promotion of freedom of expression is a collective agenda. We should all work towards ensuring freedom of expression, both online and offline. Thank you.
From my end, I would just like to say that freedom of expression is really a fundamental human right, and it is up to us. I know I keep saying that it is up to us because I'm just bringing this call to action to say, as civil society, let's work together, let's collaborate to ensure that everyone is aware of freedom of expression as a fundamental right in the online space and not just as a fundamental right in the offline space. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for joining us. I see that there's one hand. Let me just and Grace and give Riziki Tunga the opportunity to raise their question. Riziki? Okay. It seems as if they no longer have a question, so we'll meet again tomorrow at 9 South African time. So we'll just start with a recap, but tomorrow we'll be touching on issues of gender. So we'll look at gender and the realization of human rights within the context of Africa. Not necessarily looking at gender from a binary lens, but we'll look at it from an intersectional framework where we'll discuss the impact of gender on the realization of human rights for different people with different vulnerabilities. So this includes young people with disabilities, and those with diverse sexual orientations, gender identities expression, and sex characteristics, as well as individuals from rural communities. Thereafter, we'll look at climate justice and youth participation, and we will highlight the successful youth-led initiatives, as well as look at the ways in which you can amplify African voices within the climate justice space from both a litigious perspective as well as an activist perspective. And then we'll also have different organizations such as the African Charter on the Rights to Welfare, Women Institute for Leadership Development, the Center for Environmental Law, as well as the Center for Human Rights, sharing their insights on this. Thereafter, we'll just have an action planning where we'll discuss how we can move forward. So that just briefly summarizes everything that we will be doing tomorrow. And from my side, thank you so much, Bridget and Diana, for joining us, as well as you participants for being here. It's been a long day with different information. We'll see you tomorrow in the morning around 9. Thank you so much.
Hello. Hello.